Senior Advocate of Nigeria, representing the President of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mazi Afam Osigwe, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. A better applause for him, please. So it is my privilege and indeed my cherished honor to invite next to the microphone a man who I believe everybody that knows him in this room will agree is best suited to play the role in this event, and also the chairman of this mentorship conference this morning. A man whose life, whose antecedents, a man who has epitomized everything noble about this profession of ours. A man who upholds the rule of law, promotes it in every way possible. And a man who, as well said by the representative of the president of the NBA, whose philanthropy is most exemplary. Please welcome with me a two-time Attorney General of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, a one-time Minister of Solid Minerals Development, a colossus, a gentleman for excellence, a detribalized Nigeria, indeed a mentor in every ramification and scope of that word. Chief Kanu Godwin Agabi, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. You're most welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Kindly, let's sit down. Thank you very much indeed. I think I should go straight into what I have to say here, because if I try to respond to all the kind words that she said, I might break down. My lords, my dear brothers, my dear learned friends, may the Lord bless you all. I was told that I will speak for 30 minutes. Is it still so? Ejiofor, is it still so? 30 minutes? What did you say? 30 minutes. Thank you. I am grateful for the privilege of addressing you on the subject of the way forward for our new weeks. New weeks, please put up your hands, let me see. Thank you. I was going to say our young weeks, but then I realized that some of us who have just been called to the bar are not so young. But once you are a lawyer, you must always keep young at heart. At heart, a lawyer never grows old. That is what enables us to relate with all. The young and the old, the weak and the strong, the good and the bad. Of himself, St. Paul said, I have been all things to all men, that by all means I might win a few. As lawyers, we have to be all things to all men, in the hope that by all means we can make a little difference. This month, I am 79. But I don't feel 79. I feel 17. Truly, I don't know how it feels to be 79. I feel 17. And that's how we ought to feel. The heart of a lawyer never grows old. Thank you. I address you at a time when conditions in our profession and indeed the nation are unpredictable. So unpredictable indeed that some, even of our best men and women, have been driven either to abandon the profession altogether or to resort to desperate and inferior methods in their bid to make ends meet. I have been in this profession now for 53 years. And sometimes young lawyers come to me who are in despair. They despair of the profession. They want to leave it. They are tired. And I tell them the story of the fox and the fish. It is one of Aesop's fables. The fox said to the fish, he said, I've been standing here by the riverside and watching you swimming distractedly all the time. Why is it that you don't rest in the water? And the fish said, the reason I don't rest is because they have set so many traps to catch me here in this water. That's why I don't rest. I have to swim distractedly to avoid these traps. Then the fox said, in that case, why don't you come and live with me? My home is safe. And you don't have to swim so much. Now that wise fish said, and don't remember the answer of the fish. The fish said, this is my home. And if it is so difficult here, it must be more difficult elsewhere. I'm not coming. I'm a lawyer. I've been a lawyer for 53 years. It's been hot. It's been nasty. But it's my profession. I can't go elsewhere. It must be more difficult elsewhere. However difficult it is in my home, it must be more difficult elsewhere. And I say to young lawyers, those who want to leave the profession, don't leave it. Practice it for 53 years as I have done. And if you don't find satisfaction, you can then leave it. So that's the story of the fox and the fish. Be patient. At such a time as this, we have to be patient. We have to persevere. We have to be prayerful. People come to us when they are in despair. We cannot afford ourselves to despair. We must give our clients hope. We must give the nation hope. Conditions in the nation are deplorable. As lawyers, our duty is to make them less so. Unless we act quickly and decisively, we may be consumed by the distresses and disasters that are now befalling the nation daily. For those of you who read the Bible, you must have read the story of Hezekiah. It was the prophet Isaiah who went and told Hezekiah that the Lord says that Israel is going into captivity. And Hezekiah said, instead of praying that that should not happen, he said, the word of the Lord is good. Why? Because he thought that the captivity that was foretold by the prophet will take place at another time. But it took place in his own time. Nebuchadnezzar came and took him, blinded him, killed his family, and took him into captivity. Many of us are like King Hezekiah. We're not doing well. We're compounding the problems of the nation. We are engaged in every form of evil because we are under the illusion that the effects, the consequences of our actions will take place at another time. It is taking place right now. Is it not? When last I addressed the ICPC in Delta State, I said that our generation should be ashamed. And I say so again. We will go down in history as the generation that was corrupt. That is what we have been branded. We have been branded the corrupt generation. But more unfortunate than that is the fact that there is no hope of change in this generation. I'm not being pessimistic when I say so. I don't see any hope of change. And as lawyers, it is our responsibility to help to bring about change. We should not go on living under the illusion that we are safe. We're not safe. Young lawyers, are you hearing? Now, you remember the story in the Bible of the man, the rich man who died and went to hell? And while he was in hell, he said to Abraham, permit me to go down. I want to go and preach the gospel. Let me tell them how hot it is here in hell. And Abraham said, no, you can't go. But speaking to you as a lawyer, a man who has been in this profession for so long, I'm coming from hell to speak to you. You must listen. Are you hearing? You must listen. I'm speaking from hell. Listen to me. Take seriously what I tell you. If I tell you to pray, pray. If I say to you, don't do anything whatsoever without much prayer, please don't do anything whatsoever without much prayer. If I say to you, do not disqualify yourself from prayer, please don't disqualify yourself from prayer. Because many of us disqualify ourselves from prayer. You can't be engaged in evil and think at the same time that the Lord is going to partner with you in what you're doing. Please. Now, our vocation as lawyers is a vocation to speak. That's what it is. At his trial, that is Socrates, Meletus and Anytus, who were prosecuting him, urged the jury not to listen to him. They said, don't listen to this man. Because he's a good speaker. He has the capacity of making the weaker argument to prevail over the stronger. Therefore, don't listen to him. In answer, Socrates said, if by a good speaker you mean somebody who speaks the truth, then by all means, I am a good speaker because I speak the truth. And that's the definition of a good speaker, a man who speaks the truth. And that's what a lawyer must be. He must speak the truth. Unfortunately, in this profession, we have been branded liars. Am I right? Am I right? They call us liars. I went to a supermarket some time ago with my brother Uchenjoku and some two Igbo ladies who saw us. They didn't know that Uche understood Igbo. They said to themselves that, look, these are liars. That they earn their living by telling lies. That's what people think about us. Young people. It ought not to be the case that we should live our lives in such a way that our young people look at us and say, look, these are liars. Our Lord Jesus Christ, he put the question to the Jews. He said to them, as wicked as you are, will you give your children snakes when they ask for fish? Will you give them stones when they ask for bread? Will you offer them scorpions? He went on to say that bread alone will not suffice. Today, we are defiant. Modern man is defiant. He says to the Lord, bread alone will suffice. 2,000 years ago, you said, bread alone will not suffice. But 2,000 years later, I can assure you that bread alone will suffice. Bread alone will not suffice. The bread of corruption will not suffice. We are defiant. We said to the Lord, I can give my children snakes. I can give them stones. The chairman of the ICPC is here. Chairman, please, stand up, let him see you. Yes. Kindly sit down. These are the people appointed against corruption. With the result that whenever we meet, we talk of nothing else but the corruption that is bedeviling our country. Young wigs, new wigs, bread alone will not suffice. Don't give your children snakes when they ask for fish. Don't give them stones when they ask for bread. But it goes beyond that. The good parent, the good mother, the good father is the one who is able to say to the child, yes, Jesus said, I should give you fish when you ask for fish, give you bread when you ask for bread, but here's bread, here's fish, but don't eat it. You go and sit down. Does it make sense? We're eating too much. The good parent must be able to say to the child, here is fish, here is bread, but don't you dare eat it. You go and sit down. Go and lie down. Learn to bear hunger. Nigeria needs to learn how to bear hunger. We're a gluttonous nation. When we don't have rice, instead of producing rice ourselves, we import it from Thailand. Please, you go to a ceremony such as this, I know you will soon start serving water and biscuits and things like that. Is that so? Is that so? H, are you preparing to serve food here? Maybe you are. We should eat less. Nigeria should eat less. We're eating too much. Of course, you don't agree because too many people are hungry. Why are so many people hungry? People are hungry because of the thefts that are going on in government. But the point I wish to emphasize to our young Whigs is this. The Bible says, the walls of your houses, the roof members, the things you own, these are the witnesses against you on the day of judgment. That's what the Bible says. The things you own, the monies you acquire illicit, these are the witnesses against you on the day of judgment. Don't forget that. We are accountable. Be yourself. The story is told of a certain philosopher. His name was Zusi. He was dying. And he started crying. And his disciples said to him, why are you crying? You are a philosopher. You ought to be happy that you're dying. Philosophers look forward to their death. Why are you crying? Are you crying because you didn't live like Moses? And Zusi said, the reason why I am crying is because when I go over to the other side, they are going to ask me why I was not myself. And what shall I say then? Young Whigs, be yourself. Are you hearing? Be yourself. We are living in an age of greed. There's a tendency to conform. St. Paul said, do not be conformed. Do not be transformed by the renewing of the Spirit. Be yourself. In this age of greed, in this age of permissiveness, in a nation that is unable to punish crime, because we are unable to punish crime, the tendency may be to go the way of crime. Don't. Be yourself. Now, I just told you that the definition of a good speaker, speak the truth. The enemies of Jesus, when they went to arrest him, they heard him speaking and they couldn't arrest him. They went back to the Pharisees and the Sadducees and the scribes and they said, never man speak like this man. Why? Because he spoke the truth. Lawyers must begin to speak the truth. I know as I make this submission, some of you are reasoning in your hearts and saying, you have been defending crime, and how can you now talk about speaking the truth? Are you feeling that way? Is any of you thinking that way? Please answer me. Well, I don't defend crime. I defend the people. The law presumes people to be innocent. That's the presumption under our Constitution. I'm not a judge. I'm a lawyer. And when you defend young Whigs, defend with all the passion in you. Be passionate about it. Because God says, because you have been neither hot nor cold, I will spew thee out of my mouth. You must be passionate. You must do your work. There are two sides. This profession teaches you to take one side. You can't take both sides. Sometimes we are accused of taking both sides. You can't take both sides. The profession teaches you to take one side and to defend that side with passion. That's what you must do. So, young Whigs, take one side. You can't take both sides. And when you have taken one side, defend it with passion. Let me say something. Let me say this. And this is important. I have made some reference to it. As lawyers, whether we are Christians or Muslims, whether we are Hindus or Buddhists, we are called to the work of the gospel. The true lawyer must practice his profession at the feet of God. Every lawyer ought to be a preacher of the gospel, and we ought not to be ashamed of it. God must be the starting point. Unless our methods are right, the mansions we build on the earth, sacrificing our souls in the process, will not avail us. I'm sure you have heard the story of Dr. Faustus. Dr. Faustus sold his soul to the devil, to Satan, to Lucifer, for 24 years of necromantic power. He was a lawyer. He was a genius as a lawyer, but he gave up the profession. He preferred necromancy. He was a doctor. He was a genius as a doctor, but he gave it up. He preferred necromancy, magic. And he sold his soul to the devil for 24 years of necromantic power, magical power. On the day he did so, he made a bombastic speech denouncing God. But one hour before he died, the devil came for his soul. And now he made a very pathetic speech, unable to repent. Many of us are engaged in the same error. We are selling our souls to the devil for wealth, which is an illusion. Wealth is an illusion. The person who is telling you that wealth is an illusion is not a poor person. I can tell you, when I look at you young Whigs, I am jealous. Do you know why? Do you know why I'm jealous of you? Do you know? Are you answering at all? The reason is this. I wish I could become a young we with all the experiences I have had so that I can avoid all the mistakes that I have made. It's true. If God gave me a chance to become a young we all over, I will be so happy because I made so many mistakes growing up. And so when I say to you, avoid the mistakes that I have made. As a young lawyer, I thought I was always one step ahead of my sins, my iniquities. They will catch up with you. I studied physics in secondary school. Action and reaction are equal and opposite in physics. Is that not so? Good. But in metaphysics, it is different. In matters of the spirit, it is different. The sower sows one seed and he harvests 100-fold. He harvests 30-fold. He harvests 60-fold. Beware what you sow. Because you will harvest it. You will reap what you have sown. And you will reap it 100-fold. That is the spiritual law. Let us be careful. So I'm happy to talk to you lawyers. When the MC introduced me, the MC said such very good things about me. But knowing myself better than she did, I dismissed them. Because I've made mistakes. I've made grave mistakes. I'm sorry. And someday, when I stand before God and he says to me, you were sitting down there when the MC spoke so highly of you, why didn't you correct her and tell her that you're not a good man? I'm not being modest in telling you this. I'm not a good man. I've made mistakes. It is those mistakes that qualify me to talk to you. I've made mistakes. She said, this man is a kind man. He shares things with people. The Bible says, my cup runneth over. Why? So that we can share the excess with our brothers and sisters. Each and every one of us has a cup that is running over. Have I done 30 minutes? Paul, have I done 30 minutes? You tell me what I have. You are familiar with all these things. There's nothing that I'm saying that you don't know. You know all these things. One thing that I have said that you must not forget. Be prayerful. Be prayerful. Don't do anything whatsoever without prayer. And if you cannot pray about it, don't do it. Don't disqualify yourself from prayer. You must be able to say, give us this day our daily bread. And you can't say that if you're a thief. The prayer of a thief is an abomination. I see the MC standing up. But let me say one thing else. I lost my family. I did. Because this profession brutalizes the mind of the lawyer. He thinks about evil. He reads about evil. He talks about evil. He defends evil. And in no time at all, his mind becomes brutalized. He loses his humanity. I'm not joking. Don't lose your family. The first thing you have is your family. I used to say to lawyers, your bed is an extension of your office. Don't go and lie down there and start sleeping. Go and lie down there and think. That's not correct. Read until you see the face of the Lord on the pages of the book, and then you can close it. These are the things that dehumanize us. These are the things that destroy our families. First and foremost is your family. Young weeks, are you hearing? Now, please, I'm ashamed to tell you this, but take it from me. It's the truth. And I confess it so that the Lord may forgive me. My present marriage is my third. It's not my first. It's not my second. It's not my third. Why? Because this profession brutalized my mind, dehumanized me, and destroyed my family. So young weeks, don't be on that path. I can't say everything in one day. Let me go. I think I've done my 30 minutes. May the Lord bless you all. May God give you grace to accept these words which I speak to you from here. Truly, may the Lord bless you. And young weeks, feel free to come to me. Come to me at any time. Our generation is not appointed to rest. Don't say I'm going to rest. My generation, I don't know about yours, but my generation is not appointed to rest. When the Lord gives you work, he will give you health, he will give you wisdom to do it. May God bless you all.
There are certain points in the work of a compere when it almost feels like a sacrilege to pick up the microphone. Please, a more resounding applause for our keynote speaker. Beyond the wig, practical steps into legal practice, from law school to real life. What I wish I knew. You just listened to a charge, a challenge, an exhortation from a man who says he speaks to you from the grave, an oracle telling you indeed what he wished he knew. He's sharing with you experiential nuggets to guide you on this path. Praying earnestly that you don't make the mistakes your forebears have made in the profession. And he realizes that your role for which he's giving you this charge is not only as a lawyer, but truly as a minister in the temple of justice. And that temple going beyond the sacred hollows of the courtroom, all through the legal systems and the society at large. Thank you profoundly, the most erudite Chief Kanu Agabi, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Before I invite another colossus to the microphone for a goodwill message, please permit me to ask the owner of a gray-colored Toyota Corolla with number KUJ 474DX, Abuja, to kindly step out and repark his or her vehicle. It appears to be causing an obstruction lest they dent your car. Please do that quickly. Thank you very much. So now permit me to give a goodwill message, to invite for a goodwill message from the Legal Practitioners Disciplinary Committee, the chairman of that committee, the former Chief Judge of the Federal Capital Territory, the Honorable Justice Dr. Ishak Bello, OFR. For a man who has served meritoriously and retired so, I think he deserves a better applause as he approaches the microphone. Yes, my lord.
The chairman of this very occasion, the learned senior advocate of Nigeria, who served twice. We have just heard him very eloquently. It is like sermonizing. I was almost shedding tears and checking my excesses too, so that I will seize the opportunity to correct some if I can. We thank you so much for that beautiful presentation. I must say that talking ahead of the presentation of the speech of the chairman, body of benches may not be seen as an affront. The MC should consider calling the representative of the chairman, body of benches, former Chief Justice of Nigeria, Mr. Ariola, who is being represented by the learned senior advocate, who is here, Suleiman, former Attorney General of Sokoto State. My brief goodwill message to the young Whigs is this. You must be lucky to have this kind of structure that has organized this mentoring session. You're lucky because those of us who came into the legal profession at the time when after graduation you have to observe a period of pupillage for about 4 years or 5 years before you can be on your own, we did understand what that period meant of staying, although it was then a very good thing that was being done. I can say that the abolition of the regime that compelled pupillage then has done a good thing. It was the period of IBB, but I have a feeling that that is a foresight within the landscape of our life today. The number of students being graduated as law students by increased number of faculties of law, unlike then, justifies the fact that there are so many lawyers today whose parents would have been so anxious for them to graduate and start assisting them for living after 5 years of law faculty and then law school. Parents are aging, they need your assistance for survival. So it was not a mistake, or it was not intended that the repercussions that followed, the expunging of the regime that compelled pupillage has brought today, that is decline in the legal profession, because the mentoring pupillage that we were used to has gone. Now, this is a replacement of what we had lost. And we hope that you being here as assembled would listen very carefully and pick what will guide you to success. Let me quickly give you an instance. By this very phrase, what I wish I knew, or life after the law school, share you my experience in about 2 minutes or 3 minutes. When I left the law school and was doing my NYSC in Benin, then Bendel State, with the Minister of Justice, I never had any experience of going to court with a senior. My deputy director, who ended as a justice of the Court of Appeal, she was then deputy director, just gave me a file and say, Bello, you are going to court tomorrow. And it was a very awesome, very difficult night for me. It was, I think, young Paul here who was doing his attachment in my court. I told you this story when you were there. I had a sleepless night because I was going to court for the first time. So this is part of things that you will experience. Sleepless, I left for the court at Sapele Road and went to the court earlier than the cleaners, all in nervousness, with my wig and gown in hand. When I went inside, after the cleaners, I occupied this front row. Not mind if any senior advocate will come, because I didn't know. Although I was representing, in effect, the Attorney General of Bender State, been working with the Minister of Justice, but all the same, it was out of ignorance. I sat down. When all other lawyers came, they sat behind me, thinking I was a senior advocate of Nigeria. I pretended reading, going through my file repeatedly. My mind was not there. I was nervous. When it was about 10 minutes to 9, I could not hold myself. I was spending time read one of my errors too. I quickly went across to a beer parlor opposite the court. I had some Dutch courage. I wouldn't want to say it much. So I went and sat down. As soon as the door banged, the Dutch courage disappeared. And I was face to face with the judge. If people will remember, I did this with you, trying to emulate different idiosyncrasies with the law students so that they get familiarized and not to get really scared when they come out from the law school. The case that I went for was the first on the list, and the case was called. Now it was time to announce myself. With my usual idiosyncrasies, one of my hands in pocket, I said, I am Mr. Before I could say my name, the judge shouted thunderously, which confounded me the more. He said, in this court, I'm the only Mr. So person. So pocket your Mr. until you go out. I was confused. I managed to announce myself. Luckily, the plaintiffs were not in court. It didn't take me long, but even then with difficulties. The judge said, well, Bello, now that the complainants are not in court, what do you want us to do? I was dumbfounded. The beautiful practice from the bar said, ask for the matter to be struck out. In between saying what I was said and swallowing saliva in fright, I was able to say, we are asking that the matter be struck out. He said, so be it. Before he finished writing, I was about going. I said, wait. The judge struck out the matter. I picked my file. Everybody was looking at me. But when I went out, the Dutch courage came back. I said, this is not the time I wanted you. Now, you see, these are the things that beginners will face appearing in court. Because until you become familiarized, Mrs. Wilson, she later became a judge and then rose to the Court of Appeal. She never knew what I faced. When I returned to the Ministry of Justice, I told her what had happened. She hugged me. She said, oh, this brilliant lawyer from PRP state. Then Kaduna State was PRP. And I enjoyed that hugging. Anytime from that time I want to go to court, I will go to her chambers. She will tap me and say, courage more, these brilliant lawyers. So she never knew this until much later when I became head of court, and she was with the Court of Appeal here in Abuja. I was traveling to UK and we met at the airport, taking tea, and then we started talking. So I revealed to her what had happened to me. She said, Joseph Bello, if you have heard what other people did at the time of their take-up, you find that your own is nothing. So she narrated her own experience too to me. So I want you to feel that this is the time for you to be very serious, and your nervousness will start getting out. You have the confidence to do that. Because if you stay after 10 years of being a lawyer without practicing, you are losing the very age that you can tolerate certain things when you appear in court. So you should understand this. A book dedicated to a Berenke. I remember when I was invited to contribute, I wrote the 4th chapter. The book was meant to celebrate his 70th birthday. Unfortunately, he died before the birthday. But the book is there. The title of my topic was My First Day in Court. The authors did not know my experience, what had happened. It's by coincidence they gave me that topic. I put all these things that I have narrated to you. But then also the aspects of decline, where I opined that today, part of the decline in legal practice is even holding brief has lost its jurisprudence. The real meaning of holding brief has already made it a messy situation in legal practice. I was delivering a lead paper in Kaduna recently during the week of the law week there. And I did say this to the SANs and senior lawyers seated there, that the young lawyers are not being treated well. You ask a young lawyer to hold brief, he does not even does not even appreciate what is the meaning of holding brief. You tell them to go to court without the brief. But they go there simply to have matters adjourned, adding the dockets of the judiciary. That's contributed to that. So, or a judge saying, I'm adjourning a case on ex parte application until after vacation. All these are attitudes that are not required. Or for ordinary application, you said, go and tell the court that I'm coming to prosecute it myself. Ordinary, simple application. You are not doing good for the young ones. And the young ones too are in a hurry to make money. And you go and make mistakes that will land you into serious problems. You are told I'm the chairman, disciplinary committee of the Nigerian society as a whole, the community of lawyers, not just the body of benchers. You have to be very careful. On the list of the LPDC, we have now debarred 5 senior advocates. They can never practice again. A lot of senior lawyers have gone. What I'm saying, today you are happy, you have qualified to be lawyers, it's a privilege. You can be stopped from practicing law by engaging in conduct, infamous conduct that impeaches the credibility of the standard of legal practice. So this you should have in your minds. Endeavor to be very, very hardworking. Observe the law as our lead speaker have said. He has said it in a very rich manner that everybody here was called by certain dispositions that will land you into trouble. I thank you very much for your audience, and I hope we don't meet at the LPDC.
I thought I would have heard the new. No. I can help you, my lord. No, my lord, don't. No, my lord. Well, my lord just assured us, in fact, that though retired, he is not tired. He still is as fit as a fiddle. Thank you very much, my lord. And I had expected that the new weeks would have echoed a resounding amen to that critical prayer. My lord did pray and wish that he does not meet any of you, or that any of you does not have reason to be cited to the Legal Practitioners Disciplinary Committee. That's more like it. Thank you very much, my lord, for guiding our new weeks on the realities of practice and some of the things to be wary of. And may I seize this opportunity to apologize. Unfortunately, I do not quite have the privilege of pleading that I deliberately invited my lord to speak first, maybe as a manner of progressing in reverse order. That's not quite what it was. It truly was an error, and I apologize. May I now please invite, for his goodwill message, the representative of the chairman of the body of benchers, being the immediate past Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Olukayode Ariwola, GCON, ably represented in this room this morning by the chairman of the body of benchers mentorship committee, Suleiman Usman, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. I'm sure that if you applaud better, I will be more easily forgiven. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. As rightly stated, His Lordship, the Chairman of the Board of Benchers, former Chief Justice of Nigeria, Honorable Justice Dr. Olu Kayode Ariola, was invited to come and deliver a goodwill message, but because of certain important commitments, he is unavoidably absent, and he asked me, as the chairman of the Board of Benchers Mentoring Committee, to come and deliver his remarks. So permit me, the chairman, to stand on existing protocol. But let me mention, worthingly, the representative of the President of the Court of Appeal, Honorable Justice Balkisu Aliyu, JCA. Let me also recognize and mention the representative of the President of the Nigerian Bar Association, Chief Emeka Obegolu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. And let me mention the chairman of the Board of the Legal Practitioners Disciplinary Committee, a distinguished committee of the Board of Benchers, who has just delivered his Goodwill message. Honorable Justice Ishaq Bello, former Chief Judge of the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory. And last but not least, let me mention the chairman of the MBA Mentoring Committee, without whose dedication and organization and effort would not be here to participate in this mentoring program. So with these few recognitions, I recognize every other person here. Permit me to present the address of the chairman of the Board of Benchers, which goes as follows. It gives me great pleasure to address you today at this significant gathering, the MBA Mentorship Welcome Program for New Week and Young Lawyers. I commend the leadership of the Nigerian Bar Association, particularly the mentoring committee under the able chairmanship of Dr. Olukayode Ajulo, OON, Senior Advocate of Nigeria and Attorney General of Ondo State, for organizing this timely and strategic event. The theme for today, Beyond the Wig, Practical Steps into Legal Practice, What I Wish I Knew, is as bold as it is instructive. It serves as a clarion call for all of us in the legal profession to focus not just on ceremonial transitions, but on the continuous development of the next generation of lawyers. To our dear new weeks, I warmly congratulate you on your successful call to the Nigerian Bar. But let me say this, the call to bar is not a destination. It is the beginning of a lifelong journey, a journey of learning, a journey of service, and a journey of ethical responsibility. The law you will now practice is not confined to textbook or courtrooms. It lives in the pursuit of justice, fairness, and professional excellence. As the chairman of the Board of Benchers, I consider mentorship to be central to the sustainability of legal professionalism in Nigeria. The Board of Benchers is not only the gatekeeper of entry into the legal profession, but also a moral compass for its continued integrity. I'm therefore pleased to inform this gathering that the Board of Benchers has instituted a formal mentoring program for young lawyers as part of broader mandate to uphold professional standards and ethical conduct. More importantly, we are currently in the final stages of developing a national mentoring policy for the legal profession in Nigeria, a comprehensive framework designed to entrench structured mentorship, professional development, ethics, and leadership cultivation across all levels of legal practice. This policy, when formally adopted, will harmonize effort across institutions, from the Nigerian Law School to bar branches and legal employers, to ensure that mentorship becomes a right of entry into our profession and not a privilege. It will define clear responsibilities for mentors and mentees, institutionalize evaluation, and foster a culture of intergenerational support. This initiative aligns perfectly with the vision of this event, to ease transition of new lawyers into practice with confidence, competence, and character. I therefore call on our senior lawyers, partners in chambers, law officers, and all legal stakeholders to support and embrace this mentoring culture. Let us not merely teach law, let us model it. Let us not lecture, let us lead. In closing, I congratulate all our new weeks once again, wear your wig with pride, but practice with humility. Respect the courts, respect your seniors, and above all, respect the rule of law. That is the hallmark of our noble profession. May your career be purposeful, impactful, and guided by the finest traditions of the bar. Let me conclude with a quote which captures the journey from law school to practice, the solemnity of the legal calling, and the role of mentorship. Quote, "The law is not just an intellectual exercise for the learned few. It is the enduring promise of society to those who need it, that reason governs, power and fairness shall triumph over force." Thank you, and may God bless the legal profession in Nigeria.
Please, another round of applause for him. We have further recognitions. The CP, Legal Prosecution Section, Force Headquarters of the Nigeria Police Force, in the person of ACP, Rimasomte Ezekiel. We recognize this, sir. Please, a round of applause for him. We also recognize the Director General, Legal Aid Council of Nigeria, in the person of Abubakar Bagudu Ali, Esquire, ably represented by F.A. Bakare, the Director of Criminal Justice. Please, a round of applause for him. Before we recognize the next person, I want to inform us that the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offenses Commission, the ICPC, have supplied us with 100 copies of this document, the Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offenses Act 2000. A round of applause for the commission. And also the EFCC, in the same vein, has supplied us with 100 copies of their magazine titled Zero Tolerance, The Energy of Synergy, EFCC's Success with Collaboration. EFCC, 1 year of Olukoyede's solid strides. A round of applause for them. May we recognize Mr. Henry Imori, Director, Legal Services, Department of the ICPC. May I also recognize Mr. Jerry Dauda, Deputy Controller, Corrections, the Nigeria Correctional Service. Next on our agenda is the much awaited panel session. And I believe our panelists are ready. A reminder, the theme for today is Beyond the Wig, Practical steps into legal practice. From law school to real life. What I wish I knew. Before I proceed to introduce the members of this first session, I want to quickly tell our young lawyers a very short story. How many of us are less than 3 years at the bar here? Can I have your hands up? So many of us. Welcome. In my third year in legal practice, I wouldn't call it a mistake. Out of kindness or leniency, I will receive calls from people who I need. They will just call up over a civil disagreement. Okay, I need you to help me draft this right now. I need you to help me do this. And I'll quickly do that without discussing my professional fee. It's afterwards, after I've prepared and sent it to them, then I'll say, how much are you paying? Owing to that, I lost a lot. But when I met the professional, an amiable compare, whom I'm assisting today in the person of Mrs. Shomo Onyenukicheya Uko, few years ago, I learned something, courtesy mentorship. I have been losing clients and also losing money owing to what I tag leniency. And she said, before I take up any case, no matter who is calling me, even if it's a relation, no matter the urgency, ask for a minute to call them back and request they check their SMS or WhatsApp for a message or to drop. And what's that message? A letter containing my consultation fees and retainership rates for them to choose from. The essence of that is to stop me from losing money, as I attested to her, and to encourage those people to know that just as they have their various businesses, legal practice is my business. And until we start to take legal practice as business, we might keep lamenting, like many senior lawyers today still do. So this mistake I made in my third year at the bar was repeated just 2 days ago. I was asleep when I received a call from an old client. And what was it? To draft a letter for one of the biggest states in the country on behalf of 23 representatives of various constituencies in relation to Section 91 of the Constitution for additional seats in their House of Assembly. When I received this call, it was amid sleep. Well, what did I do? I forgot all the trainings I got from Madam Chioma and immediately swung into action. I said, sir, should I do it right now? He said, go ahead, please. I said, what are you going to pay? He said, we've been on this. You have been my lawyer for a while. This person has not contacted me in years. What did I do? I proceeded to draft that. In fact, I was so kind enough or more lenient than I used to be that I drafted a 3-page letter for him and forwarded to him that night. It was after he received the letter, I forwarded my bill, my invoice for him to, pay me. He commented on the elegance of the letter written to him that he appreciates it so much as well as his colleagues, but refused to mention anything about my fees. So in fact, over 10 years at the bar later, I made a mistake I made in my third year at the bar. What am I trying to say? In order to maintain a standard, one must be intentional. In the course of the panel sessions we will have today, you're going to learn real life experiences of various lawyers, of various people who have been part of this legal profession as far back as when the court, in fact, as far back as the first time a set was called to bar. You're going to hear their experiences. So mine is little to compared to what you would enjoy today. Let's proceed to the sessions. All right. The first session is anchored on life after call, finding your path. And the focus is career direction, entry into private and public legal practice, postgraduate education and international opportunities. The chairperson of this session is no other person but Mrs. Ezinwa N. Okorafo, the international president of FIDA. Please, a round of applause for her as we invite her to the stage. And next on the list is, welcome, ma'am. Next on our list is Lateef Fagbemi, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, the Honorable Attorney General of Federation. Please, a round of applause for him. He's ably represented by Mrs. Gladys Odegbaro. Welcome, ma'am. The next on our list is Ola Olukoyede, the Executive Chairman of the Economic Financial Crimes Commission, ably represented by Silvanus Tahiru, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, the Coordinating Director, Legal and Prosecution Department. The next on our list is Dr. Musa A. Ali, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, the Chairman of the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offenses Commission. Please, a round of applause for him. He is here present, not represented. The next on our list is Hussaini Ishak Magaji, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, the Registrar General, Corporate Affairs Commission, CAC, ably represented by Jolomi Ayomi, Deputy Director, Compliance Department. Please, a round of applause for him. Okay. So, I was just informed to invite any representative of the Nigerian Correctional Service. And I'm so grateful that earlier I took cognizance of Mr. Jerry Dauda, the Deputy Controller Corrections and the Nigeria Correctional Service. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you. Please, let's encourage him as he comes to the podium. Okay, I was just advised to invite any director from any of the public sector. Can I invite the representative of the Director General, Legal Aid Council of Nigeria, in the person of F.A. Bakare, the Director, Criminal Justice. Please, a round of applause for him. Encourage him. Welcome, sir. We humbly apologize for the impromptu invitations to the correctional services and the LECON. Thank you for honoring our invite. All right.
Thank you. Good morning, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, the chairman of the occasion. May I respectfully request that I be deemed to observe all protocol? Thank you, sir. And so our first session, the first session of this all-important event, is to discuss life after call, finding your path. The members of the panel have been invited. We are to work on a very tight time schedule, so we'll keep it really brief. But something that Dr. Ajulo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, said during his speech. He said it was about passing on the torch of wisdom. And I'd like to appeal to all the new wigs here to please take that very seriously. You might have formal mentorship sessions or formal mentorship relationships, but you may never do also, and mentorship can be formal or informal. So when you have opportunities like this, whatever you can pick up, whatever insights you can pick up are invaluable and will help you as you navigate your path through the legal profession. And it offers you a chance to avoid reinventing the wheel, the mistakes you don't have to make because you have learned from others. So very quickly, we will start with the representative of the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation. And so distinguished panelists, please, because we have a tight timeline to work on, I'll request that we start with interventions of 3 minutes each. Please, we keep it tightly at 3 minutes each so that we have time to go around again. Thank you very much. I'll pass on the mic.
My lords, the chairman of this occasion, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're looking at the topic, practical steps into legal practice. Career direction, entry into private and public legal practice, postgraduate education, and international opportunities. For me, I represent the Attorney General of the Federation, and I want to first of all apologize for his absence. Due to the exigencies of duties, he cannot be here this morning. So he has asked me to stand in for him. So for the public service of the Federation, you have at federal level, you have the state level. There is a mode of entrance. It's a position that is recognized by the Constitution. It's a creation of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And there are modes of entry into the public service. The institution responsible for appointment, promotion, and discipline in the public service is the Federal Civil Service Commission. So first of all, you need to apply to join the service, look for available vacancies, if any. I'm aware that recently there was an advertisement for entrance into the public service. I know that process is on. So the process is transparent. You apply online, and then the eligibility criteria is part of it. If you are eligible, it has to do with your qualification, your years of experience, whatever skills you have. And then of course, every other requirement, depending on the particular institution that you are applying to. After that process, you have to, there's the assessment. They have to shortlist candidates. Those shortlisted have to go through perhaps a written examination or a test. Could be oral, it could be written. And then after that, you have the selection, that's the selection process, and then the recruitment proper. So depending on where you have applied to, employment is given to that individual. So in the public service, there are various places that you can work as a lawyer. And at the federal level, you have the Federal Ministry of Justice. That's where I work presently. I'm a director there. Before then, I worked as a magistrate in Lagos State for about 3 years. And right after my youth service, I worked in the private sector for about 11 years before I moved to the Lagos State Judiciary and then came to the federal as a legal officer. So there are a lot of opportunities. I just want to say that in the federal public service, in the Federal Ministry of Justice in particular, there are a lot of opportunities. By the time you go through several departments, you'll be well grounded in the practice of law. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And something I'd like the new weeks to listen to. Somehow, and I'm sure it wasn't a deliberate thing, you'll find that all the people on this panel are like public servants of the, government related agencies, okay? But I think that you'll find as you listen that some had some private experience. So that helps you with, thinking through what kind of questions you want to ask and how your career path will go. Thank you. And I think that following from her intervention, and thank you very much. I like the fact that you talked about, the fact that you started as a magistrate and then went on to private practice. I know her, I didn't know this about her, but it's a learning journey. I think it's important at this point that we speak, since he's here in person, the chairman of the ICPC, Dr. Musa Aliyu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. And do we find it interesting that panelists invited are largely senior advocates of Nigeria, heads of agencies? Interesting. So let's hear from you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I really appreciate this invitation given to me. And it's a rare opportunity, which I'm always looking at it, because I consider myself as somebody who is lucky in this profession. I started as a private practitioner. I moved to academia. I did my postgraduate in Nigeria, master's degree. I did my PhD outside Nigeria. I became Attorney General 2 times. And I am now chairman of ICPC. Representing the chairman of the yes. So I can say that I have a little experience in private practice, in the academia, in the public sector, and also an area whereby we're having challenge in Nigeria, which is corruption, fight against corruption. Now, the first thing I may say is that in tailoring your career path, as a young lawyer, you need to have self-reflection. You need to think, one, where do you want to go? Private practice or public practice? I had private practice. I know how it was. When I started practice, I practiced under 4 senior lawyers within a span of 15 years. I was under seniors from 2004 up to 2019. And I had studied all of them carefully. It was my first principal who gave me the first tip, because I was doing my NYSC. I wasn't serious at that time. He said, Aliyu, try to learn this thing now. Do you know that I learned this thing under somebody who was not even a lawyer? He told me that his first principal, who had a law firm in one of the northeastern states, was not even a lawyer. It was him who discovered that. I don't want to go into that details. So he told me that, so try to learn that. And the first thing he taught me is read. Whatever anybody tell you, read it, you can make sense out of it more than him. Up to today, I have kept that in my mind. Secondly, my second principal, late Ali Umar SAN, I learned humility from him. This is somebody who was a lawyer, became a lawyer in 1978. I was born in 1977. But he was down to earth. And also he had all the rudiments. The third is not a high court judge. He mastered the art of litigation. The fourth one, an academic. So the most important thing is you need to have a mentor. You will learn the rudiments. Now you have to think, are you somebody who is highly entrepreneurial? Can you struggle? Because in private practice, you have to struggle. Sometimes you may not get pay. This is a fact. Some law firms are struggling to pay salary. Or do you want a stable income? If you want a stable income, you have to move to public sector. And you have to work hard, whether in private or public sector. Because when I became a lawyer in 2004, I was reading almost every day. Even if I'm driving, when I stop, when you give me an assignment, I must ensure that I finish it within time. That's how I consistently worked for 15 years. I didn't open a law firm. When they send me, go to Abuja, go to Kaduna, go to Sokoto, I will quickly run. And at that time, I was doing my postgraduate at Ahmadu Bello University's area. I will leave Kano early morning on Friday for my coursework. On Saturday or Sunday, I'll go back to Kano, continue with my practice. That was how, when, as Chief Gordon Kano Agabi said, prayer is important. That's one thing which I am really, I'm really serious about prayers. That was how I became Attorney General, without knowing the governor. And that was how, when I was appointed Attorney General, I had already planned that I must become an SAN within 4 years. And I achieved it. And that has opened a lot of opportunities for me. As Attorney General, I know that I played great role. One of the important things which I did when I was Attorney General is law reform. I ensured that there was law reform in the area of child protection. And also, one of the significant reforms I brought was when I was member of Judicial Service Commission, I ensured there was transparency and accountability in selection of persons who are to be submitted to NJC to become judges. With all humility, today, Jigawa State is one of the states that has the youngest high court judges and cadis in Nigeria. And becoming ICPC chairman has opened the horizon for me at the international sphere. Currently, I'm chairing Africa Asset Recovery Practitioners Forum, whereby we are championing how we can ensure that stolen assets of Africa taken outside the continent are brought back to Africa. And all these things, I can say, it was because of mentorship, destiny, and hard working. So in my view, for you to succeed as a young wig, 1, you need a mentor. 2, you need to work hard. 3, there is destiny, whether we like it or not, which that can propel you to go wherever you want to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hard work, humility, destiny. We'll come back to the issue of destiny. There's a story I read which has impacted me greatly. And we'll come back to that issue of destiny. But first, let's take the intervention of Mr. Silvanus Taher, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, who's representing the chairman of the EFCC.
May I stand on the protocols that has been existing before now? I stand to represent the executive chairman of the EFCC, who is unavoidably absent. He sent his good wishes to the organizers of this event. Now, the topic for discussion is finding your path, career direction, entry into private and public legal practice, postgraduate education, and international opportunities. This topic, I think, has come at a good time, particularly for our new weeks. Just about 2 weeks ago or so, the legal profession admitted over 5,000 lawyers, 5,700 plus. Now, people keep wondering, with all this entry into the profession by lawyers on a yearly basis, where are the jobs? People ask, where are the jobs? That question, in a way, suggests that there are no vacancies for new lawyers. But is that the case? Now, if you look at this topic, finding your career path, it calls for a deliberate and conscious effort and decision-making by new entrants into the profession. The legal profession is not that congested as people think it is, because there are actually vast opportunities. Remember, we are called members of the noble profession, and legal practice offers various opportunities for existing and new members, even the ones that are yet unborn. So it is all about your mindset as new weeks. Which career path do you want to take? We are told from the topic, there's the private sector, which encompasses, there's the private sector, which you may choose to be on your own as a legal practitioner. You could choose to go into public legal practice as a public or civil servant. You can go into postgraduate education. You can choose to go into the academia. We have the universities locally and abroad. How many public universities do we have? How many private polytechnics, colleges of education do we have? And when you come to the private educational institutions, I think we have more than 100 universities, some of which have law faculties. So as a young lawyer, why not put your thinking cap on your head? What interests you the most? Do you like to be a practitioner? That's in private practice. Do you like to be a lecturer, an academic in any institution of your choice, either the public or private? You could choose to be in public service as a member of the judicial arm of government, from the magistracy to the superior court. I remember that the current CJN started her career as a magistrate. She rose through the High Court hierarchy, Court of Appeal, and the Supreme Court. So if you are desirous of pursuing your career as a judicial officer, why not start with the magistracy? You can choose to go to the magistracy in your state or anywhere you can. You can choose to start your judicial career as a high court judge, from where you can get elevated to the appellate court. So there are a lot of opportunities. Now, when you come to international opportunities, we know that there are Nigerian nationals who have attained positions of height in other climes. We have seen in the United States where some of our people who are legal practitioners have become judges. They have become seasoned practitioners in those climes. And we also know that a lawyer can venture into politics. Don't limit yourself to just legal practice. Whatever interests you, you can pursue your dream there and not just constrain yourself to one thing or the other. So to me, the topic is a foresight, and I think it should be an eye-opener to all lawyers, not just the new weeks, even those that have been there in the profession for some years and you have not found fulfillment, maybe in private practice. Why not retrace your steps and venture into other things? And you know, for those who are coming into the profession newly, one thing you should ponder upon is currently what's your age? If you are over 40 or over 50, because there are people that have first degrees in other disciplines before venturing into the legal profession. So maybe over 50. If you are over 50, why would you want to go into the bench? Because the maximum for a judge is 70 years. So if you go in there, how long will you stay there? You can choose to be in private practice. Our mentor here, Chief Kanu Godwin Agabi, SAN, just told us he's 79 years and he has not retired. Why not choose the part of private practice so that you don't need to be looking at your back? Somebody will tell you, oh, your age of retirement is at hand.
These are thoughts to build upon. But next, we'll listen to the representative of the Registrar of the Corporate Affairs Commission. And I'd like to invite Mr. Jolomi Ayomi. Thank you.
Mr.
Let's
Chairman,
welcome him with a warm round of applause, please. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my lords, Leonard Silks in our midst, my learned colleagues, we are gathered here this afternoon because of this topic that is geared towards new weeks. From my perspective, there is almost nothing I can say that has not been said by the chairman of this occasion. So first of all, I'd like for all of you to take very, very seriously and put to heart what the chairman, Mr. Kanu Agabi, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, said. I would also like for you to put in mind what our first panelist said. Then I will tell you my own. Whatever it is you want to do, you must first of all discover yourself. If you want to go into private practice, if you want to go into government establishments, academia, whatever it is, once you have discovered yourselves, I will tell you what two sages have said. One, seest thou a man diligent in his business, he shall stand before kings and not before mean men. What does that mean? Once you discover yourself and you have carved a path for yourself, you need to work very, very, very hard. I repeat, you need to work very, very, very hard. Secondly, we are what we repeatedly do. Excellence then is not an act, but a habit. It is tied to the first thing I quoted. You must take deliberate steps to improve yourself. Read continually. My Lord said something like that earlier on. Read continually. Wherever you are, whatever it is, try to read. Don't tell yourself this is medical practice. You may be called upon to do certain things as they relate to medical practice. It is not medical doctors that write their laws, for instance. Read. Don't say you don't know anything about engineering. Read about it whenever you come across it. And final thoughts. I hear young people are not patient nowadays. I want to encourage you to be patient, because you must work hard to make money. Generation of young people, I'm not speaking down at you, please. If you think I am, I apologize. That is not my intention. Generation of young people nowadays do not want to work, yet they want to make money. I do not think it is possible. Work very, very hard. Study very, very vigorously. The sky will be your limit. I rest.
Thank you very much. Be diligent. Show excellence. Be deliberate about improving yourself. And then he talks about knowing yourself. There is actually a path to knowing yourself, but perhaps we'll have a chance to come to that. May I invite the representative of the Correctional Services? I think it's Mr. Dauda, right? Okay, thank you, please.
My Lord Spiritual, my Lord Temporal, the chairman of this occasion, permit me to leverage on the existing protocol already established. My names are J.K. Dauda Esquire, representing the Controller General of Corrections, the third substantive. And I'm here with a team of lawyers, he has said, because he was passionate about anything that has to do with legal and law itself. Much has been said about knowing your part. But I would like to say that they say, guide your heart with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life. Once you guide your heart with all diligence, you follow your passion, and God will take you to that glorious destiny. I was with the legal department. I was an advocate of human rights with Nigerian Correctional Service, and I was privileged to work in states like Taraba, Adamawa, Plateau as the head of legal. And now I'm at the national headquarters. I would like to call on the new weeks that I should imbibe tolerance, long-suffering, patience. They say, be anxious for nothing. In everything, in prayer and supplication, make your request known to God, and He will direct your path. Once you follow your passion, I don't know, in the area of private practice, in public practice, whether you want to go into corporate governance, you have to be diligent. You have to look into what your passion is. I think if you're on God's side, He will reveal things to you. And once He's revealing to you, you follow that in diligently. My learned senior here mentioned about the disciplinary committee. You all agree with me that whom much is given, much is expected. This legal profession is a noble profession. It's not for you to go to the field and throw it to the dogs. We have had so many dirty things that lawyers have done in the past. I'm calling on you, please hold this noble profession. Let it be in high esteem. Another thing I want to talk about is that I have heard in different climes, people were saying that why I will learn it. It doesn't mean that other people have not gone to school or what. We are learned because we are versatile. We are learned because we know all the acts. We are learned because today, if they ask us to go to custom, we'll be able to read the custom act. We know the ethics. We know what they're supposed to do, where they're flawed, whatever it is. So you have to read books. Permit me to say that even the Fulanis in the bush, you find that they are always with their radios, just to update. So keep updating. It's not about TikTok. TikTok is not bad. It's not about Facebook. Facebook is not bad. It's not about WhatsApp. It is not bad, though. But you have to be versatile, know the laws. And you find out that even Nigerian Correctional Service, as it were before, it was prison. We have learned so many things. We compare the international best practices from other countries. We bring it home to see how we're going to better our society. So I'm calling on all of us to put our hands on deck. In whatever field you find yourself, let the hand be on deck. Let's push the legal profession forward. And I see God helping us. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much, Mr. J.B. Dauda. Interesting. I don't know why Leonard Silk, Paul Dauda is smiling at me. I know why you're smiling at me. All right. So the last but by no means the least on the panel is the representative of the Legal Aid Council. And so I would like to invite you, sir, to speak to us for 3 minutes about, sorry, we are running against time, but give us your thoughts. Thank you.
Hello, learned senior advocate, learned seniors, learned colleagues. I'm representing the Director General of the Legal Aid Council in the person of Aliyu Abubakar Bagudo. I'm Abdul Fattah Bakri. With respect to the issue we are speaking on, my advice to the new wigs is you must discover yourself as had earlier been stated, and you must make up your mind on the career path you want to pursue. If it's the private practice or practice in the public service, you must make up your mind. But whatever be the case, my advice to you is that you should taste the private practice first. Even if you are going into the academics, you should practice at least for a year or two. Another thing I will employ you on is the fact that you must learn to be patient. Patient, the fact that you have qualified as a lawyer, the sky is the limit for you. Money is not in everything. The money will come in due course. The fact that you are a legal practitioner, you will make your money in due course. Now, whether you are in the private practice or in the public service, please learn to take the initiative. Learn to ask questions. Don't be dormant. When you ask questions, you will learn faster than just sitting down and expecting that you will be tutored. Nobody will come and sit you down and say, this is how you draft a claim, or this is how you draft a brief. You must be inquisitive. You must be inquisitive so much that you must take on challenges. And it is in the course of taking up challenges that you will get to know more. You will get to know more when you take up challenges. I've seen people who join private practice, and the young man was complaining to me then about his principal. I was already in the public service. And I was telling him, please be patient, learn the ropes, be patient. And to the glory of God today, the guy is a resident electoral officer. I wouldn't want to mention his name. He's a resident electoral commissioner in one of the states in the Southwest. He was patient as I advised him, and he learned the ropes. And that is what I will want you to take away this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, the advice to be patient recurs. You might go in and they offer you a salary which you feel you could earn more. But I think if you focus on the opportunity for learning, you'll find that it overwhelms the concerns about salary. You will survive. Then he's talked about try private practice first before you go into public service. And I'll say that that private practice is both litigation and corporate practice. The litigation experience will ground you in ways you will appreciate as you progress in either the public practice or even transaction advisory in private practice. Mr. Dadu has talked about being versatile and noting the limitations of social media. Now, I was called to the Nigerian bar in 1986. So this year I'll be 40 years post-call. Thank you. And, sorry? I won't tell you what class he was in when I was called to the bar. But, so my experience has spanned both private practice, public sector, development work. Now I am a public servant. And you talk about choices, self-discovery. That's important. But somehow, the question may be, what if you do not know enough to make those choices? And the idea is you start from what appeals to you most, which is what one of the panelists said. What appeals to you most? Start from there. Is there a point when it stops being that satisfying, which is the point he made? Leonard Silk made. Open up your mind, look for other things. Are there other avenues? Chairman ICPC Leonard Silk also spoke about destiny. And so I'll tell you the story I had promised to tell. And I'm sure some of us have read it on social media about a young man who, everything just seemed to be stopping in his life. And so he went to a native doctor to ask him what his future foretold. And the native doctor said, okay, I'm going to make 2 circles, one black, one white, and I'll put a millipede here. And if the millipede crawls to the white circle, your destiny is perfect. If it crawls to the black one, I'm sorry, you're doomed for life. And so he set the millipede down, and the millipede started crawling towards the white circle, and he was really pleased. Suddenly, the millipede made a turn towards the black circle and was actively moving towards the black circle. So what did this young man do? Notice I said young man, not young woman. What did this young man do? He got up and thought, no, I will not watch my destiny head towards the dark side. He got up and picked up the millipede and repositioned it to the white circle. In doing that, he had taken charge in some manner. And I think that the lesson from that is that to some extent, we can take charge of our destinies. We don't sit back and think, oh, my case is helpless. We can do stuff to help us improve on our life. And then I also wanted to talk about you will grapple with choices and there'll be issues, but you want to stay focused. And it is the determination, the discipline that helps you succeed in any path that you have chosen for yourself. Then let me speak to what I was, my introduction, I was introduced, as president of FIDA. FIDA is the International Federation of Women Lawyers. So for the female new wigs, if you haven't made contact with FIDA, please do so ASAP. Then the truth of the matter is that your training as a lawyer puts you ahead of the pack. I think of a lawyer as most versatile. He talked about the fact that they can put you in customs, you read, you excel. Wherever it is, you are doing well. In sports, there's something called a Victor Ludorum, the person who's like an all-round champion. That's what a lawyer is. And it is your ability to apply yourself that enables you be that, to excel. And then you must give back. You are privileged to be a lawyer. Find a path for giving back to society. And that's where I talked about FIDA. FIDA offers you a platform to give back, but it's not just only FIDA. You must think of giving back to society. And don't say to me, I'm only 1 year post-call. You can make a difference where I'm not even up to 1 year post-call. You can make a difference wherever you find yourself. Focus on making things better wherever you are, and it makes a world of difference. Open your mind to learning. He said, ask questions. It's nothing as critical as that. If you are willing to ask questions, the world will open up itself to you and you will learn. There's a famous saying that when the servant is ready, the master will appear. Once you open up yourself to learning, you will improve. And then familiarize yourself with the rules of professional conduct so that you do not need to meet with Milord in any beyond the social or MBA events. Please familiarize yourself with the rules of professional conduct, and so that ICPC or EFCC do not get to invite you, not as a lawyer, but as somebody who has a case to answer. Last but not the least, and I lean on something that the chairman of the event spoke about, your family life. It is important that you balance both. As a junior, you may not have, you need to work hard, you need to deliver their time limits, but please know that you must stop and that you must be a father or a mother to members of your family. And you have our very best wishes for a truly outstanding legal career. Thank you very much.
In very clear terms, this August panel has guided all you new weeks on the various paths available to you in this noble profession you've elected to be a part of. And I think that this guidance is deserving of a better applause than you have given. Whether it be in private practice, on the policy table, in the boardroom, in the academia, wherever it is, they've told you the salient things that you need to know and how to progress, regardless age or the rest of it. We're most grateful, we appreciate, and even for those of us who are not quite new weeks, learning is a continuum. And as was reiterated by the committee, by the panel, and we keep taking lessons that will continue to guide us as we grow, because growth is a perpetual exercise until the day we bow out. So we're most grateful. Thank you very much. Please welcome, before you leave, sorry. Please, I have been directed to invite the chairman of the committee, of the mentorship committee, Dr. Olukayode Ajulo, OON, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, to come do the honors of presenting some appreciation to this panel. And I think in supporting him on that role is the alternate secretary of the committee, Mrs. Nancy Nzom. Please encourage them to approach faster. And may I use this opportunity to apologize that we've kind of eaten into the time for our next session. And may Lord please bear with us. We will be kickstarting that session in earnest shortly. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Like I used to say, our gratitude is in perpetuity. We continue to thank you. We thank you for what it is being presented today. May Almighty God continue to be with you. And what I have here is on behalf of the NBA, that's Nigerian Bar Association. We present this to you in any, not order of any, please. To you too, we are so grateful. Thank you. I think to my brother, Madam.
I think this will be a good time for the chairman of the committee and the secretary to take a photograph with the panel before they step down, quickly. With the panel. And the alternate chairman of the committee, please. And my lords, please, the chairman of the committee crave your indulgence to please join them on this photograph. My lords, the former CJ of the FCT, and my lord, the representative of the president of the Court of Appeal. Thank you very much. While that is happening, I think I can take this opportunity to speak a little on something that the chair of the panel that just concluded their task talked about. When she spoke about, that was directed at the female newwigs, and she recommended to you that amongst other things, you should consider joining the International Federation of Women Lawyers. And that recommendation and indeed invitation to join the association is grounded in directing you towards a platform that will equip you, support you, groom you in the humanitarian space. You may not know it, but charity or humanitarian services is one of the things that will count for you in the long run in your journey as a legal professional. And one of the best platforms on which you can do that while enjoying a very enriching sisterhood is the International Federation of Women Lawyers. And for those of you who are residents in the FCT and are interested or want to know more about that association, you may feel free to approach me and talk to me because I am the chairperson of FIDA in Abuja branch. Thank you. May I now quickly invite for her goodwill message the representative of the President of the Court of Appeal, being Honorable Justice Balkisu Bello Aliyu, Justice of the Court of Appeal. May Lord please, for your goodwill message.
Good afternoon, learned soul. My Lord, Justice Ishak. What? 3 minutes. My name is Bibi Aliyu, and I stand here in place of my Lord, the Honorable, the President of the Court of Appeal, Honorable Justice Memsem, who is unavoidably absent. Because of the importance she attached to this program, knowing that you are the rising stars. You also represent the future of the legal profession. Even though she's absent out of the country, she made it a point that we must come and also extend her goodwill. And I have a speech that she sent me to read to you. She extends her congratulations and also best wishes. I will read the paper on her behalf, and we're in the panel, we will discuss more. So this is a speech of my Lord, the Honorable President of the Court of Appeal. It is with great honor and gratitude to God Almighty that I warmly welcome you all to this special session organized by the Mentorship Committee of the Nigerian Bar Association on the theme Beyond the Week, Practical Steps into Legal Practice. I commend the foresight of the committee in organizing this timely induction program in honor of newly enrolled lawyers and young practitioners as they begin their journey into the noble legal profession. Your transition from law school into legal practice marks the beginning of a significant and fulfilling career. The topic that I was invited to speak on is professional conduct, appearance, and ethics. Is indeed apt. It forms the very bedrock upon which a lawyer builds a credible, impactful, and honorable practice. It is not the wig that makes a lawyer, but the substance of character and professionalism behind the wig. The legal profession, often described as a noble calling, demands not just intellectual dexterity, but also firm adherence to a strict code of conduct, a distinguished appearance, and impeccable ethical standards. The new wigs and young lawyers understanding and embodying these principles from the outset is paramount to building a successful and reputable career. I was invited to this forum to speak on the three interrelated pillars that every lawyer must uphold: professionalism, conduct, appearance, and ethics. These pillars are not new to you. You encountered them at the preliminary stage in the university, explored them further at the Nigerian Law School, and now you are set to shape your career. They remain the heartbeat of the legal profession, influencing how we are perceived, how we engage, and ultimately, how far we can go. Now, starting with professional conduct, that is the soul of the legal practice. As a judicial officer and life bencher, I stand before you not only as a mentor, but as one of the permanent compliance officers before whom you will appear in the course of your career. While your training at the Nigerian Law School has come to an end, the duty to uphold the standard and ethics instilled in you has only just begun. In the course and practice, we continue to uphold and enforce these standards to preserve the honor and nobility of the legal profession. As legal practitioners, you are required to conduct yourselves with the highest level of decorum, integrity, and discipline at all times. Your behavior in court and out of court must reflect the dignity of the profession and inspire confidence in the administration of justice. You are not without guidance. You have the rules of professional conduct, for legal practitioners 2023. You have the legal practitioners. You have the LPA, the rules of court applicable in different jurisdictions, and other legislative instruments such as the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended. These are not just documents, they are the ethical compass of your profession. It is imperative to state that as a legal practitioner, you owe fidelity first to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the rule of law. The rules of professional conduct posit that a lawyer shall not engage in any act that is calculated to bring the legal profession into disrepute. Look at your Rule 1 of the RPC 2023, which provides that, and I quote, a lawyer shall uphold and observe the rule of law, promote and foster the cause of justice, maintain a high standard of professional conduct, and shall not engage in any conduct which is unbecoming of a legal practitioner, unquote. Similarly, Section 2 of the Legal Practitioners Act establishes a comprehensive framework for disciplining legal practitioners in Nigeria, covering various degrees of professional misconduct, the types of penalties that can be imposed, the procedural safeguards for practitioners like the right to appeal and the roles of different bodies in the disciplinary process, underscoring the professional's intolerance for unethical behavior. Let me be clear. Professional conduct is not optional. It is your legal and moral obligation. Punctuality, diligence, respect, and professional confidentiality must be your watchword. Arriving late to court or chambers, appearing unprepared, or conducting yourself in a discourteous manner erodes trust in both you and the legal profession. Unfortunately, we continue to witness instances of young lawyers appearing in our court improperly dressed, and some even fail to bow before the court. Others are completely unprepared, relying on hearsay or social media rather than reading case files and relevant authorities. Worse still are those who knowingly mislead the court with false information or who do not file their processes within the stipulated timelines. These are serious breaches. You must take note, and you must not be found wanting in these areas. Let this be a warning. Conduct such as this may warrant disciplinary action by the Legal Practitioners Disciplinary Committee, LPDC, the body empowered to investigate and sanction the legal practitioners who fail to uphold the standards of the profession. Your call to the bar is not a license to act with impunity. It is a trust bestowed upon you that must be guarded jealously. Your integrity is your greatest asset. Without it, your knowledge, your credentials, or eloquence will mean a little. As Justice Louis D. Brandes said, a lawyer and former Associate Justice of Supreme Court of the United States aptly put it, and I quote, "In the field of the law, the most important office is not that of the judge, but that of the lawyer. For it is the lawyer who holds the standards of justice in his hands," unquote. You must therefore hold yourselves to a standard that reflects this immense responsibility. Consider the following expectations from you. 1, punctuality. Time consciousness is a mark of respect for the court, your client, and tardiness is unprofessional and unacceptable. Look at your Rule 30, RPC 2023. Confidentiality. You must safeguard all client information with the highest level of discretion. Competence. Only accept briefs you are qualified to handle. If in doubt, seek guidance from your seniors. Courtesy to colleagues. Maintain a civility and mutual respect with fellow lawyers, regardless of the intensity of the advocacy. You also must respect the court. Always address the court appropriately. Observe all courtroom protocols. These are not lofty ideas. They are minimum professional requirements. Every interaction you have as a representative of your client, you are an officer of the court, and these standards must guide you. Remember that the courtroom is not a stage for theatrics or arrogance. It is a temple of justice, where decorum and humility speak louder than drama. Your professional conduct, how you talk, how you dress, and how you treat others is your first and most enduring statement as a lawyer. Let your conduct be your most eloquent argument. And 2, professional appearance. That is visual appearance, how you appear either in court or even in other occasions. Your appearance is not simply about fashion or personal style. It is a visual statement of your respect for the court, your client, and your profession. As a legal practitioner, your physical presentation must always inspire confidence and convey seriousness. Rule 36 RPC 2023 mandates that a lawyer shall always be attired in a proper and dignified manner and shall abstain from any apparel or ornament calculated to attract attention to himself. Whether in the courtroom, chambers, or during client meetings, dress in a manner that aligns with the solemnity and gravity of your profession. For men, this typically means a dark suit, white shirt, conservative tie, and a well-kept wig and gown. For women, a dark skirt, suit, or trouser suit with a modest blouse is advised. Keep your wig clean and gown neatly pressed. Even outside the courtroom, smart and modest professional dress is expected. Avoid excessive accessories. revealing clothing or overly trendy fashion. Or your grooming must reflect neatness, clean nails, tidy hair, fresh breath, and understated scents or perfumes. Subtlety and simplicity go a long way. Now, on the topic ethics, this is a moral compass of a legal profession. They are the invisible scaffolding of the legal profession. Ethics guide your decisions, safeguard your reputation, and maintain the public's trust in the justice system. Legal ethics encompass the duties of a lawyer, owes to the client, the duty you owe to the court, duty you owe to your colleagues, and duty to the public. This branch of moral science is enshrined in your Rules 2023, the Legal Practitioners Act, and other codes of professional conduct and practice. As Honorable Justice Kayode Esho, CFR, JSC retired of Blessed Mary said, and I quote his lordship, ethics commence with recreation. Man was meant to be in the theological garden of Eden for life, unquote. What distinguishes a profession from a trade is its adherence to a higher moral code. Society places lawyers on a pedestal as custodians of justice. A breach of conduct by a lawyer can undermine not just a case, but public confidence in the legal system. Some key ethical expectations expected of you as lawyers include integrity and honesty. Always speak the truth. Do not mislead the court or a client. Avoid conflicts of interest. If you have personal interest or past representation creates a conflict, decline the brief. Proper handling of client funds. Keep client funds, client monies in separate accounts. Never mix clients' funds with your own. You have to be transparent. Transparent fees. Charge only legal and reasonable fees. Clearly communicate the terms of engagement. Client communication. Always update your clients regularly. They must not be kept in the dark. Loyalty to the court. Your primary duty is to the court, even before your client. Do not aid injustice in whatever capacity. Now the scenarios. I give you a scenario. Barrister David is offered a lucrative brief by a businessman friend. Despite his firm previously representing the opposite party in a related case, accepting the brief will violate Rule 17 of the RPC 2023, and David must decline to preserve professional integrity. When in doubt, seek counsel from your seniors or the MBA Ethics Committee. Ethical missteps can cost you your license and your name. Now, final advice, because I was asked to just speak for 3 minutes. As you embark on this noble journey, I urge you all to remain humble, curious, disciplined, and committed to continuous growth. Ask questions without fear, seek wisdom from your mentors, and never stop learning. Uphold the highest standards of integrity. Your reputation is your most valuable asset. Once lost, it is difficult to regain. Treat your file, every brief, every court appearance as an opportunity to write your name in gold. Your most valuable asset is not your degree or even your job. It is your name. Let it stand for honor, truth, and competence. Let your word be your bond. In conclusion, the legal profession demands high standard because it carries the weight of justice on public trust. Your professional conduct, appearance, and ethics are not boxes to tick. They are pillars upon which your career, your reputation, and your legacy will rest. While the work is a symbol of your call to the bar, it is your conduct, integrity, and commitment to ethical excellence that will earn you respect, determine your success, and define your place in this noble and honorable profession. Let us all strive to be lawyers of honor, not just in title, but in truth. And thank you. God bless you. Signed, MB Dongbam Mensem, CFR. There is a clip that I sent. I don't know whether it can be played. In conclusion, there's a clip that captured precisely what we are here for, and I've given them to. Will you be able to play that? No? Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, my honorable Lord, for that goodwill message well delivered. And I dare say, listening to the content of that goodwill message, it more than sets the tone for the next session we're about to go into. So without preempting further conversation on that session, permit me to invite the panel that will be taking us on the subject of professional conduct, appearance, and ethics. And the focus of this panel will be to discuss the core expectations for young lawyers on professional appearance, courtroom comportment, integrity, and ethical standards in legal practice. So warmly welcome with me the chairman of that session, my Lord, the Honorable Justice, Dr. Ishak Bello, OFR. The former CJ of the FCT High Court, and indeed the chairman of the Legal Practitioners Disciplinary Committee, LPDC. As my Lord makes his way, also welcome with me a lecturer of the Bayes University, Professor Bukola Akinola. We also have on that panel, my Lord, who doubles as the representative of the President of the Court of Appeal, my Lord Honorable Justice Balkisu Bello Aliyu, Justice of the Court of Appeal. Also on this erudite panel is the former Attorney General of Sokoto State, and indeed the chairman of the Body of Benchers Mentorship Committee, Dr. Suleiman Usman, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Lastly, but by no means the least, is the Deputy Director, Legal, Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, the resplendent Mrs. Wendy Kuku, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. And this is our panel for the next session. I'll hand over to the chairman of the panel as he directs the affairs and the conversation.
And family, all. Look at what I read because of this. The game is replaced now. No, I'm not going to do anything about that.
Yeah, just five minutes. Okay, no problem. But the other panelists have left. You didn't ask questions. It's all right. All right, all protocols duly observed. Let's go straight into the main menu, looking at the time. The central issue is that of expectation for the young lawyers on professional appearance, courtroom component, i.e. integrity, ethics standards in the legal practice. Now, just by way of triggering the conversation, let me just say this quickly to open the door. When I was appointed magistrate, that's talking about appearance now, we were 5 of us. May his soul rest in peace, Honorable Justice Ibie, who was done with our state, Kaduna State. They were there on assizes, and we had the privilege of being invited to sit along with him in the court. The first thing he did was to line off 5 of us before a mirror in his chambers. He said, we must all look our appearances, whether we are properly dressed in keeping with the standard of the requirement of the profession. One after the other, we stood before the mirror with just our neckties, shirts, suits, and whatever you think required attention. After that, he told us the significance of that as we grow in the profession, we'll have the right to ask any lawyer to get out from court if he's not properly dressed. But you cannot have the moral right to do that if you yourself is not properly dressed. And that's why he asks us to do that which we did. The last one, he said we should repeat this after him. He said, the giver does not keep quiet. We had to repeat that 10 times. The giver does not keep quiet. Now, these two things that I've just narrated will go across these core items that I here itemize: professional appearance, court decorum, integrity, ethical standards, and legal practice. Each panelist will have 5 minutes in the first place, and then there we may add 2 or 3 minutes. Can I start with the, my Lord, the representative of the President of the Court of Appeal, of course, the presenter of the paper.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Okay, now I'm speaking as myself. I just read the paper of my Lord, the Honorable President. And the topic is professionalism, conduct. Let me focus on conduct. You must speak from my name that I'm a Northerner. Not only a Northerner, a Hausa woman from Zamfara State. And let me just say from where I come, girls don't really go to school, not to talk of having an ambition to be a lawyer. But I was determined. And you heard early this morning that your determination will go a long way to decide who you are. And well, I became a lawyer since I have a short name. And then when I became a lawyer, all I wanted to do was just to represent poor people because of where I come from. I wanted to practice. But destiny was discussed this morning. I was just in the ministry doing my state council. And then somebody came and said, they are appointing magistrates that probably you want to be. I said, no, that's a boring job. I want to do legal practice where I can go and do advocacy. And why I'm telling the story is first, determination. Second, when I was in the Ministry of Justice, we were just very few girls, women at the Ministry of Justice, and we were overwhelmed, but we were determined. And how do we prove ourselves? It's just by our conduct, how we carry ourselves, to show we are serious and we read continuously so that when you go to court, you will not be embarrassed. So my advice to you today is find your passion. Like I did, you have found the passion of by becoming legal practitioners. You have that determination. Now, That determination, how you succeed, depends on how you conduct yourself, your diligence, your hard work, your reading. I was a very, I read a lot. Read everything and anything you find, particularly in the chosen field. Commercial law it is, you become versatile with the laws. Company law, banking law, wherever you find yourself, you have to read very well and also conduct yourself in such a way that you show seriousness. You can only be taken seriously by the way you conduct yourself. So my advice this morning is to be professional. Like I read in the paper of my Lord, the Honorable PCA, she has detailed all you are supposed to do to conduct yourself like a professional lawyer in whatever field you find yourself. I find myself here, not because of anything, but because of my determination and my conduct of myself as a professional and showing that I'm capable of being where I am. So please, I advise you to really be professionals and to also be determined in whatever field you find yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my Lord. So concise and direct to issues. May I quickly be gender sensitive and call on the Honorable, the former Attorney General of Sokoto State, Ms. Suleiman here, Senior Advocate of Nigeria.
Thank you, my noble Lord, the Chairman. Like stated by my Lord, the President of the Court of Appeal, as ably rendered by my Lord Honorable Justice Belkisu Aliu, the core of legal practice is underscored in this thematic discussion on professional conduct and ethics and professional conduct, ethics, and integrity. But before I start the discussion, let me recapitulate a quotation that has almost give the legal profession a bad name so that we understand the need for us to embrace professional conduct, integrity, and ethics. An English poet, a renowned English poet called Jonathan Swift, stated in 1600, and I quote as follows: "Lawyers are a society of men bred up from their youth to supply by means of words, multiply for that purpose, that white is black and black is white according as they are paid." So because of this, the fiction of lawyers, many people in other professions believe that lawyers reflect, some lawyers, the disgruntled ones among us, reflect this very quotation, when in actual fact, we are members of the honorable profession, and there's no profession on earth that is more honorable than law when practiced as it should be. Because our professional conduct indicates that the hallmark of our legal practice and conduct is based on confidence, based on truth, and based on justice. So in order to have good professional conduct, we must stand for truth and justice in our conduct as lawyers. We represent the elite of any society in guiding society to ensure that society operates in harmony, in happiness, and in justice, because justice is the greatest interest of man on earth. So we have to ensure that our ethics our conduct are proper, and we are a regulated profession. We have the Legal Practitioners Act. We have the rules of professional conduct that give us practical guidance as to those etiquette that we should imbibe. So if lawyers discharge their duties in line with those ethical postulations, we'll be able to inspire conduct, inspire confidence, and also be able to uphold the public trust. Because without integrity, the trust will not be there. And at the end of the day, what Jonathan Street stated will come to light. So I urge the young lawyers to ensure that in their endeavor to display professional conduct, we also have to understand the legal landscape. Nigeria is a plural legal system. We have interplay of the English common law, the customary law, the Islamic law, and our constitution being the ground law. So we have to understand the law itself. We must be of learning and character. And learning is lifelong. We can see now the NBA is trying to even enforce the CPD points. So that underscores that without being a person of learning, you cannot be able to discharge your duties, onerous duties as a legal practitioner with integrity. And in terms of etiquette, we have to ensure that we are disciplined. Discipline in terms of early attendance at the court, at public functions, and every event that is scheduled. We must ensure that we are punctual, we respect time, and we conduct ourselves very well. In terms of dressing, the etiquette has been stated. Right from the universities, we are encouraged to dress formally. At the law school, and in practice, all the guidance from the law school, from the university, law school, and even in practice, we are guided to ensure that we dress very well and we know the kind of dressing that we should do. So we must ensure that we uphold those conduct. Then apart from it now, given the challenges, because a lawyer needs to move with time, we need to ensure that transformation changes society, and we have to move with the trend. There is transformation in what technology has brought in the way we do legal practice today. So we have to imbibe knowledge of, apart from knowledge of other disciplines, following Langdalian theory, which will guide us to become good advocates and practitioners. We also need to imbibe technology, legal tech, because most of our courts now are going virtual. We have already started virtual hearing from the, during COVID, the rules are there. And now all the rules of most of the courts, right from Supreme Court to the High Court, or from the High Court to Supreme Court, have provisions for e-filing. In the High Court of FCT, they've already started e-affidavit. So we must embrace technology. We have to digitize. We have to have computer skills. We have to know ICT. And there's also legal tech aspect of it. Artificial intelligence is already with us. And if we do not embrace it, if we do not use those tools, those lawyers that use them will take over our job. AI will not take our job, but anybody that uses it responsibly will take our job. So I charge you to embrace technology, rethink legal practice, conduct yourself professionally. Do not do any conduct that is unbecoming, because like the chairman said in his earlier remarks, that may you not come to LPDC, because once you come there, you can also be at the body of ventures. That is why the mentoring policy has been institutionalized, And we are coming up with a 3-tier integrated structure. At the national level, there will be the body of benchers. At the geopolitical level, we'll have zonal committees, and at the branch level, we'll have focal persons. By the time the policy comes out, we'll ensure that the mentoring policy bridge the gap created by absence of pupillage, because abolition of pupillage has done a lot of damage to the profession. And therefore, we want to ensure that a mentoring culture is instituted to guide our lawyers, not just young lawyers. In our program, there is also reverse mentoring, whereby lawyers that have been matched with experienced practitioners that are technologically savvy would also pass those skills during their period of mentorship. We'll do diaspora mentoring, person-to-person group mentoring. So I charge you to take the opportunity of mentoring committee of the body of benchers and enlist into it. Certificates are given at the end of the program, and the program is for 6 months, and it has already been practiced. Let me conclude by reading a poem, because I did a presentation. I have written a paper that is titled "The Briefcase Beacons, Navigating the Path from Weak to Legal Practice." I've shared the soft copy with the mentoring committee so that they can make it available. But let me just read a poem that I composed at the end of the paper, which is titled, that captures the journey from law school to practice, the solemnity of legal calling, and the role of mentorship. It is titled "The Wig and the Way." And I read, "By the law, you now are sworn, not by title lightly won, but by honor, oath, and creed, to serve where justice plant her seed. You stand today in robes of white, a symbol not of mere delight, but of duty deep and truth vast, to right with law what long shall last. The course awaits your tempered mind, your voice to guard the right kind, to mend the breach, to please with grace, to bring the law a human face. Yet knowledge walks the humble shoes, and wisdom comes from tried old views. So heed the mentors by your side, whose counsel comes with tested stride. They have walked this path with toil and pride, where rules and ethics must abide. They give you more than books can give, the compass by which lawyers live. So rise with truth and speak with care, for justice to thrive when you are there, and know wherever you may go. And know wherever you may go, the wig is white, but the law must glow. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, the Leonard Silk, the Chino Achebe in your person that has been there ages has expressed itself. Thank you so much. Yes. All right, come on.
Mr. Chairman, sir. Good morning, everyone. Looking at the topic. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, the weather is still very cold. Now, looking at the topic, we are looking at professional ethics, professional conduct, appearance, and ethics. I will go straight to professional ethics. Now, ethics is the spine upon which the profession leans. We all lean on ethics. If you see a military man, what guides him is his ethics. So we can't go outside that. And it started from Rule 1 of the RPC, your duty to uphold the law. We all remember what we were taught in the law school. Now, beyond the law school, the way you carry yourself is the way others will carry you. If you're a lawyer and you are so corrupt as a lawyer, everybody will know you as that corrupt lawyer, no matter how you want to hide it. If you're a lawyer and you are always not properly dressed, everybody will know you as a lawyer whose bib is always dirty. So all those things you take for granted. I've seen colleagues wear socks as if they want to replace Super Falcons to play football. How can you wear a green socks to court, or a yellow socks, or a multicolored socks, and you put on your wig, and you put on your gown, and you are heading to the Federal High Court? Is it to go and replace Falcon? I keep saying it. So what you say doesn't matter. We become matters arising when you are before the LPDC for violation of ethics. Now, if you look at Rule 23 sub 2, your client's money is not your money. That's why you need to keep a client's account. It's very important. And we should be mindful of our rules. Rule 22 says, have an office, let the client come to your office. Not after every phone call, you're already in the client's hotel room. You're already in the beer parlor. You're already seen anywhere. Even your car as a lawyer should be neat. No matter the level of the car, it should be properly washed, because you are representing the profession. Everywhere they see you, they see the profession. They want to ask you a question because they believe you are more knowledgeable. Now, many of us, as a lawyer, we should be teachable. We should be teachable. And I have problem with quite a number of colleagues in that aspect. If you don't know something, it's not shameful to ask what is gainful to you. Ask questions. We are trained to always ask questions. And that's why we have mentors. We keep needing knowledge. So we keep asking questions. Now, each time there is a direction of the LPDC, we go and we read it. 5-year ban, 5-year suspension, outright disbarment from the profession. Thank God my Lord is here. Now, the body of bencher is the door through which you enter the profession. The LPDC is the door out of the profession. And may that day never come when you go before the LPDC on grounds of professional misconduct. And if you look at the rules very well, even when you finish from the court, you are not appearing before the journalist. Our rules are clear on all these things. You finish a case before my Lord, here you are before the television again, telling them what you did in court and how you argued, and now you are hopeful that the judgment will go in your favor. So please, let's look at the ethics of this profession. And I do tell my students in the university, and even when I was at the law school, look, if the profession is so bad, you won't join. So we won't allow you to make it bad, because we don't have any other job we can do. I don't know how to do carpentry now. I don't know how to do bricklaying. I don't know how to do, I can't even drive for you. I can only drive myself. So if you make the profession so terrible, nobody will love it. So you are coming in not only as a lawyer, but as a gatekeeper. You are here not only to mentor, but to mentor others. And it starts from your comportment as a lawyer. Integrity. Integrity. Integrity is very key. If you have integrity, I've had a client calling from US to recommend a lawyer who will not steal their money. And I have to tell the client, it will take me 2 days to find out one, because I'm not in that jurisdiction. So I have to keep asking questions around until we zero in on one man who is really reading law, but is an estate agent. And everybody said, for this man, if you give him your money, it won't miss. So we have to recommend that man. And that was the man that did the property business, because my integrity too was on the line. I am going to be recommending if anything goes wrong. The client will come back to me. The person you have recommended duped me. And I may be joined as a necessary party in an action for recovery or in a criminal matter. So please, integrity is key. Once you are truthful today, those clients that will look for a truthful lawyer will find you tomorrow. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Can I call on my sister at the extreme end? others.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And good afternoon, everyone. To our new wigs, congratulations. And to the young lawyers, well done so far. A lot has been said about the topic at hand. I wouldn't also want to belabor most of the things that have been said, but there's the need to reiterate that you have willingly joined this noble call. You have no option than to adhere to the standards of the profession. Now, we have to make sure that the rules of professional conduct, you must arm yourself with those rules. The Legal Practitioner Act. Whatever you want to do, consult the rules. It's simple, it's easy. Don't assume. Don't speculate. We know that that is a no-no for the legal profession. I will redirect this aspect now to the women. Appearance in court. We'll start from the head. If you know that your hair is not a low cut, and if you want to wear your wig, if you know you cannot pack it behind your ears as a bond, I don't think you have any business wearing that wig to the courts. It will be better for you to go on without that wig that is flying like Michael Jackson or Diana Ross, because the court sees you. That is grave disrespect to the court. It is even a no-no for the judge to tell you, why is your hair flying? You are already putting on a wig on another wig. You're dressing. I have seen a lawyer, not a, you wear your black and you wear a pink shoe and pink bag to match. My Lord has already stated in her opening remarks, the courtroom is not a place for theatrics. If you're a fashionista, drop it at home. I tell you something, many years ago, I was before the Court of Appeal, and I had these small dangling earrings, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. And they called up my case. I announced appearance. The presiding justice for the new wigs, the presiding justice is the justice that sits in the middle, and you have the other justices there. And the presiding justice kept writing. I said, my Lord, good morning, my Lord. She kept on writing. I humbly announced my appearance. She kept on writing. She didn't look up. Next thing, she looked up and said, I can't hear you. I projected my voice. I started screaming on top of my voice, my Lord, my name is... She said, I can't hear you. Until she looked up at me again and said, I can't hear you with those danglings. I said, oh, I'm very sorry, my Lord. Before she could finish, I pulled them down. I mean, some justices will not even give you that. That was many years ago. That day I resorted. I said, even if it means me going to court without earrings, I don't mind, because it's just for a time being. I also want us to know that this is a calling. The legal profession is a calling. So by the mere fact that you have accepted this call, you have a responsibility to the court to ensure that you maintain decorum. Advocacy is not insulting your fellow colleagues in court. Even in your brief, we have seen cases where lawyers are trying to write their brief and they are insulting their fellow lawyers in the brief. That does not make a good advocacy. Rather, it destroys the advocacy, and it even tells the court who you are. Most times too, when your seniors take you to court and you're announcing an appearance and they call you, My name is Wendy Kuku, and appearing with me is Wendy Kuku, and you just do like this. You just do like this. That is disrespect to the courts. You are expected to bow before the court and sit down. Most times when you just do this, let me shock you, they see, and you are being noticed. Would you want to be known for the wrong thing? Chairman of the Legal Practitioner Disciplinary Committee is here. I'm sure nobody wants their name to be in a law report. I hope you are aware that these cases of breach of disciplinary committee of professional conduct are being reported in the law books. So it will be a grave injustice to the profession where you have studied how many years and you, because of lack of tolerance or lack of competence, your name is found in such books for infamous conduct, disciplinary actions. Another thing I'll also want to point out is this. Whatever you do, ensure you are truthful at all times. The chairman of the event said it here. There is nothing, no matter the pressure that you are in, and don't think that you can be too smart. Cutting corners. I have been offered a huge money here. This client had already approached you first, and you have accepted. And then you switch. You switch. That is absolutely unacceptable. It is even preferable, except you even speak to that client, seek his consent. You cannot just go and join another client, the opposing client. Many of us, we are in this profession, we say, I have to make money, oh, I have to make this money. I'm in Abuja. I have to blow. Patience, consistency. Ethics is, they've all stated it here. Where you know that you have misled the court, it's grave injustice. You know fully well that you are misleading the court just to impress your clients that maybe are in court. Just to make sure that, oh, the money that they are going to give you, maybe they will double it. If I do, they call it chua-chua in court. That is unbecoming of a legal practitioner. You have a responsibility to your clients. You have a responsibility to the courts. You have a responsibility to your colleagues and the profession. And you have a responsibility to the society. Many a times now, we resort to social media. Social media, you bring up topics in social media, and then the lawyer goes on and on and on and on, misleading the society on facts that he's not even aware of. Even when you are in the courtroom, there is the need to address the court. When I say the court, the judge. It depends on the level of courtroom that you are in. Humility is key. And most times you have to be attentive to the courts. My Lord may be drawing your attention to something that you did not even think about. Meanwhile, you have thought that you prepared very well at home. I'm ready to kill this case today. Anyhow, I am ready. And you get to court. And the presiding judge or the lordship is saying something critical to your case, but you do not even want to hear because you have already formed your opinion from home. And that way is a disrespect to the court. All you needed to do was to be patient, calm, and listen. Learn. We keep learning every day. There is nobody who fell from the sky. We all started as newbies, and we all climbed the ropes. So I just want to charge us all today. No matter the pressure, you have to stand by your truth. You have to stand by integrity and try to make sure that you promote and maintain the cause of justice at all times. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. That's so brilliant. Then 2 minutes for the last round. My Lord.
I think we have said it all. I emphasize the earlier advice, finding your passion and have a determination to go where you want to go. I repeat, determination is key. If you're determined, success will come. I have to also emphasize patience that has been emphasized earlier. You must be patient, and you must also be willing to learn by reading everything. Particularly if you are in private practice, you must familiarize yourself with the rules of practice of the court where you're going. We have instances where lawyers appear in court and they apply for something, they press for something before the court, and we ask them, which rule of court? Refer me to the rule of court you are relying on. They can't. And most of the time, they have not even come to the court with the rules of procedure of that court. That is very, very rampant. That is what I notice across the jurisdictions I have sat as a federal high court judge and now as a court of appeal. Please have the rules of procedure of the court where you are practicing if you are in private practice. And if you are in public practice, like if you are in the ministries of justice, also you have to be familiar with the laws which you are practicing, whether it is which aspect of the law you are practicing. I think the problem with the legal practitioners these days is just not reading. I don't know why the culture of reading has really eroded. Please read. Read the civil procedure rules, criminal ACJA is there, so many, your constitution, your profession, your, a farmer's tool of trade is a hoe, is a cutlass. And other tools of trade. Your tool of trade is the words, are the laws, are the rules of procedure. And also when you're speaking in court, speak clearly, take direction. If you are not sure, ask your seniors and also take corrections. I wish you the very best of luck. And I will see you in court, right?
Okay, thank you, my Lord, the chairman. Now, lastly, my Lord has given us 2 minutes. I'm going to court. What should I go with? The Constitution, the Evidence Act, the rules of that court, and my practice notes. We learn every day. Secondly, be respectful, be polite, be courteous. Even if you think I've had calls, I was in a magistrate court in Okigwe, Imo State, and I stood up to mention my case, and a lawyer at the back told me to sit down. And the magistrate said, allow Mr. Akinola to do his matter. He said, my Lord, I'm a senior. And the judge, the magistrate asked, when were you called? He said, 2007. He said, Mr. Akinola was called in 2004. So you sit down. So please, just take this little hints. It can make or mar your career. Thank you.
We are on the round session now. You can talk.
What I would say now at this juncture is that from the theme, beyond the wig, you have won the wig. What is next? The briefcase. That is why I titled my presentation, The Briefcase Beckons. Now, the briefcase symbolizes hard work, etiquette, and conduct. Hard work betrays no one. So I inculcate in you and encourage you to be hardworking, extremely hardworking, because there's nobody that works hard for anything, and at the end of the day, he did not achieve it. It betrays no one. You have to also understand the importance of preparation. Like the motto of Boy Scout, be prepared. Always be prepared. More than on your max position, more than in a get-ready position, you must be set position so that whatever you are doing, you give in your best. In advocacy, you must ensure that you prepare for your cases, even if it is not the initial drafting. For every court appearance, you need to read your files. You need to have the basic tools you need to go to court with: the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Evidence Act, the law creating the court you are going to, and the rules of the court. Because you know the interplay of laws, substantive, procedural, adjective, and the Evidence Act. Because in most proceedings, whether interlocutory or main issues, there is what is called courtroom trial management. There are issues that arises in the course of proceedings beyond what you have prepared for. And those tools enable you to come in and give your best at those times. So I urge you to continue on the path of etiquette, good conduct, discipline, patience, perseverance, and do not cross the bridge until you come to it. May God grant us the wisdom to recognize the truth, the courage to defend it, and the will to make it endure.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Please, whatever you do, you just have to demonstrate competence. How do you do that? You have to, we've always been saying this, you have to engage in continuous legal professional development. Professional development. You are bound to make mistakes. You have to handle your mistakes gracefully. You can be saying something, you can make a mistake. Don't feel bad about it. Everybody makes mistakes. It is how you handle those mistakes that matter. Also, ensure that you strive to make impact. You strive to make positive impact. If you do not serve, you cannot be served. Always bring up yourself for service. Even though you know, as you're young now, assuming you do not even have babies, you're going to breastfeed at home. I'm always trying to tilt towards the feminine folks. What stops you from staying back to study, to understudy, to read, to learn the ropes? These are the sacrifices you are putting in at this early stage. And I assure you, when you embrace these standards at this early stage of your career, not only are you going to have an individual successful career, you're also helping to preserve the integrity of the legal profession. So I will charge you all, whatever it is, don't give in to pressure. Make sure that at the end of it all, when your name is called, it is only for positivity, positive impact. Thank you.
Mr. Akimboro, you're welcome. Learned Senior Advocate of Nigeria. You've come at the right time. We have almost gotten to rounding up, but you still have your bite. I know you have taken some Lucozade, so you can do as much. All right, but within 5 minutes. All right.
My Lord, and my very big father who trained all of us in Abuja here, I pay my respect. Learned advocate here present, my colleagues. I'm sorry for coming to this session late. I had to go to the Law Week of the Gariki branch where I was conscripted as the chairman. So you can imagine how I need to get myself out to be with you. It's not that I deliberately want to come to this place late, but it's all in furtherance of my duty as a barman to try to tear myself through as many pieces as possible to do my own bit in the process. The topic, I want to start by, first of all, thanking the committee, the mentorship committee, for doing this, because some of the things that, unfortunately, when we got called to the bar, didn't happen was that we didn't have such committees to tell us So I want to thank the committee for bringing up this program. And I also want to thank the new entrance to the profession for keeping faith with knowledge. Because if they organize the program and you don't turn up, it will still be an effort in futility. Now, I want to tell you good morning. I'm not saying good morning because I'm not aware of the time to tell you that I know that we are in the afternoon, but it's actually good morning to you. This is welcome to reality. You see, you have been going through what I call the most beautiful and enjoyable part of the whole process. When everything is paid for, everything is given, you are entitled in many ways. But good morning to you. You are welcome to the real world. Now, what happened in the real world? I can tell you for free that actually the real world can be as beautiful as you want it to be, and can also be the journey can be as tortuous as you want it to be. You can make it easy for yourself. And this I'm telling you from experience. I'm talking from experience because when I came out like you, I had my head was full of dreams like you. I thought all the solution to all the problems of my life are solved by coming out of law school, and I've done all the things I need to do, so let me start enjoying life. But I was shocked when I want to go and look for a job and I was offered 300 naira as my salary. That broke my heart and I almost gave up. In fact, I gave up, not that I almost gave up. I worked in the law office for barely a year. I was looking for greener pastures. You see, one thing that you need to know is that the grass is always greener on the other side of the fence. I thought I was looking for greener pastures, and I actually got something that pays better. In those days, if some of us would have had history of finance houses, I got into a finance house, and from 300 naira, my salary jumped to 4,000 naira with an official car. I thought the world is at my feet. Let me start enjoying. But the truth is that within 1 year, 6 months, everything crashed. All the finance houses started crashing. And every day, day in, day out, I was either at Alagbon or Panti trying to release one of our staff members or bailing the MD of this finance house. I spent 3 months of my life doing that. But fortunately for me, my wife was posted to Abuja. And in the middle of what I said, let me just go and relax and spend 1 week with my wife in Abuja. Then I got lucky. I met when I get to Abuja, I said, okay, let me explore. 2 leading law offices then, Kayode & Co. and Sudangi. I met them. And trying to familiarize myself, both of them offered me employment. I chose to work with Kayode, though Sudangi then, so late Sudangi, so Sue was offered me employment. And I went back to practice. The rest is history today. Today, I can tell you I'm a senior advocate of Nigeria. I'm a life bencher. I've served on FCGSC. I've served on AGSC. I'm a live member of NEC. I've ticked all the boxes. And what happened? How did it happen? Getting myself the right mentor. That's the first thing you need to do. Get yourself to an office or a mentor that will teach you right. You see, in mentorship, there are lots of things that comes with it. Getting myself the right mentor led me to meeting somebody like my Lord, the Justice. I came to Abuja as a young person, and right from there, I've been relating with my Lord. When my boss is going to meetings, it takes us along. When he goes to court, we go with him. When he's going to say hello to my Lord in chambers, it takes us along. So we started familiarizing. Before you know it, you are building your own network. And when you say network is your net worth at the end of the day. So if you cannot get a chambers now because the way things are now, get yourself the right mentor. Attach yourself to somebody that will take you around. You need to know the ground. See, the truth is, it's very, very harsh, but that is the truth. Coming out of law school with a first class does not mean much in practice. The truth is that you cannot even write a good demand notice. It's as heartbroken as that. I want to be frank with you. What you are being taught there are the basics that you need to put into it to be able to pass your exams. When you come to the real world, you will know the language of the real world is different from the language of academics. You need to learn it. You need to learn how to talk in court. See, the truth is, all of you, if their hearts take a sensor now, most of you say, oh, I don't want to go to practice. But the truth is that everything you are doing is still practice. You want to do commercial, it is still practice. It's so, and at the stage you are now, I'm sorry to tell you, you don't have the luxury to pick and choose. When we started like you, we did everything for survival. Doing everything at this level will sharpen you and prepare you for the future. Do a little bit, do the litigation, go to courts, all levels of court, magistrate court, area courts, everything you can find, just lay your hands on. Go to Hages, go to CAC, learn everything. And while you are learning that, also develop yourself. That is very important. Keep learning, and keep learning. Those are the things that I'm a fellow of Charter Institute of Arbitrators. But the truth is that people will come to you and say, go and do arbitration, go and do arbitration. But the fact is, not many people will even entrust you with anything major at this level. So the certificates are good. When you get them, have them in place. By the time you start learning and you get exposed, things will start coming. Don't be in a hurry. Go to court, go and move that motion. If I tell you my experience the first day I went to court, people like my Lord will be able to tell you, when we go to court for the first time in those days, it is normal. Everybody, all of us went through it. We can come and tell you, I can address the crowd, yes, but that was not how we were when we started. I stood up in court to move a motion for extension of time. I was repeating, my Lord, my Lord, my Lord. Everything went away. And that is the truth. But after that, and luckily, most judges recognize when they see a young person. And most of them, in fact, almost all of them, try to encourage us. They will tell you, Mr. Cable, calm down, this and that. So what do you want to say? Oh, your motion is this. Okay, you can, then they will guide you. I'm telling you, the mistake you make today, you will not repeat it tomorrow. And every day you keep getting better. But if you fail to make that mistake now, I'm telling you, in 5 years' time, that mistake that people will overlook for you today, nobody will overlook for you in 5 years' time. And it will become a major embarrassment for you. At that point, it may actually frustrate you out of practice totally. So be bold enough to make your mistakes now. Go out there, try make those mistakes now, get corrected. And the moment you get corrected, that you can't pass it. You don't see, everybody that want to tell the truth made the same mistakes. So I want to tell you that another aspect that I need to tell you about is that also bear in mind, there is nowhere you are running to. Don't try to compete. everybody's time is going to come. Because one of your friends is able to do one or two things and was able to buy a car before you, does not mean that he's going to buy the best car before you. In fact, what I tell people is that if you buy your car before me, when I buy my own will be the latest. So have a mentality that is not unnecessary or unduly competitive. That will drive you into doing wrong things. When you are unduly competitive, you want to do what everybody is doing, what your mates are doing. The truth is that if you don't know, you don't know. So some of these things that you see may not be the right things. At the back of your mind, have your rules of professional ethics at the back of your mind. Know your duty to the court. When you go to court, be respectful. Mind your language. Know how to address the court. All those things are not things that you will learn on the street. When you are free, go to court, sit down, watch proceedings. Don't be in a hurry to go when you even finish your case. Learn, see the way the court is being addressed. See the way you relate with colleagues. See the way the orderliness, how things, the procedure are being taken in court. Familiarize yourself with the rules of court that you are going. One thing that they know me for in my office is that I don't go to court if I'm not prepared. Because if you go to court and you go and mess up before a judge, it's not every day you appear before them. But that impression that we create before your colleagues and before the court may be damaging for a long time. You may not have the opportunity to correct it again. Look at your files, be prepared. Go to court prepared. When you get to court, be articulate, be respectful. I'm telling you, the sky is big enough for all of us to fly. And when I started off, I never knew I would get to this point. I am here today, and I see there's still a long way ahead of me. You can be there. Don't let anybody tell you that you can't make it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I believe all the panelists have done very well, constructively and positively. A lot has been said. I have been able to jot some of the points made. Under appearance, there has been rich contributions in terms of the need for every lawyer to appear neatly and in keeping with the color required of you to appear in while appearing in court. If you go in with black suits and your shoes are red, you can be taken out of court, either by the judge, magistrate, or a senior lawyer that is seated there. You should understand this. Any senior lawyer there can ask you to go out, more so a senior advocate of Nigeria. You should understand this and do not belong to those segment of young lawyers. So some people will just, I don't want to use the arrogant word of stupidly submitting to the so-called human rights lawyers when they are not. They abuse senior advocate in open court. I know how to intervene to be able to convince a senior advocate to forgo this while sitting in open court. That would have earned him a very serious situation, even if it means suspending his license for some time, because that's a misconduct against professional practice. A senior advocate, for that matter, you are unruly. And some of them will stand in court after a judge has made a pronouncement and say boldly, we shall meet at the NJC. There have been so much situations like that. Some with weak hearts within the judiciary became cowed. Of course, troublesome within their psychic. So we must avoid this. Appearance is not just by the clothes. If you are in the court and a senior advocate arrives in the place, move and allow him to sit. Don't be also surprised if when he is there, his case is called first. Because you are there earlier than him, you think it's first come, first come. Yeah, first come in the sense that he's a senior advocate. He has come first. Even if he came into the court last, he is entitled to have his case called upon to be heard before your own. So this you must know, and you must not raise any alarm, because some of you can even stand up as if you are going to jump on the judge for calling that. This must be avoided. The priority is that on the senior advocate. Now, time management. Like you, lawyers, judges get bored by protracting period of your presentation, particularly when you are even, of course, the hints from the bench, you are not allowed to eat. When you're in the law school, I'm sure you are told that you should be alert, unconscious of hints from the bench. Even an experienced court clerk sometimes can draw your attention by his conduct. Paul is here, the senior advocate. I allowed them to act me and my staff as a matter of mentoring. I sat at the gallery. They appointed Justice Bello amongst themselves. They brought the scenario. The person that acted my court clerk, Salisu, and other staff were there. I sat at the back and watched them acting my mannerism, my idiosyncrasies, and they arrived at their decision. I was looking, but I was happy because I was exposing them to the practical aspect of the law. And I think I deserve to be applauded on this. Yeah. I have earned it. So it is very important that you understand. We were taught when you are going to any jurisdiction, try and go in advance of the day so that you find information about the attitudinal disposition of the judge so that you understand. And that is why I came in, even at that time when I was addressing the law students, I tried to pose and behave differently, but I still found that I couldn't get out of my proper person. But I tried to emulate certain attitudinal dispositions so that when they go out, they are already getting immune from some judges who shout at you thunderously, and you miss your whatever you have crimed. And that is where mastery of the law involved in the subject matter and the facts of the subject matter becomes very, very important and indispensable. This you should know that. Now, the issue of ethics, never you mix your fund with that of a client. This you are told in the law school. Recently, we had courses at the LPDC. I will tell you only one. A lawyer, a very senior lawyer, not a senior advocate anyway, went and had a woman who had to part with her 39 million under the pretext that he was going to sell a house to her, which he had the authority to sell, which turned out to be falsehood. For 8 years, that case has been pending at the LPDC, but recently we are done with that. We found him liable. We have already meted the punishment he deserves. 5 years suspension with an order that he must pay that money within a certain period of time to her. It has been a long period of time that matter was pending. Now, thank God, he issued a check which turned out a dude check. Yes. But at least that helped us to arrive at decision. Yeah. So you see, we allowed him, that is the highest you can go, 5 years, but then we can also buy him completely. Have his name removed from the legal practitioners of Nigeria. But he has 2 more pending cases. We are waiting to get through that. Then we'll be able to make pronouncements. The fund he collected was in his own account, and he never returned anything. No any property free from any encumbrances, even with encumbrances, was never given to that woman. Over the years, she has been battling, crying, suffering a house that she has never gotten. So you must understand this. And I must say, at the LPDC level, whether you go to an imam to solicit to us that we should allow this matter to go, or a pastor, or any influential person, he cannot go through. Because why? At the LPDC, it's not personal claim. It is an offense against the profession. So any injury on the legal profession is not a personal claim. Of course, we can make consequential order, as we did in this one and many others, for payment of monetary value. But that case will thrive until we're able to find if there's liability on them. So don't ever make the mistake of thinking that like in other conventional courts, you can even say we are going out to resolve. No, you can't do that. No ADR there. It's a stretch journey. So you should know this. Conduct yourself professionally while in court. Your attitude to the judge, your entire mannerism is under siege. You are being observed. If you are good in delaying cases, it's like a court. The judges will go around and understand your attitude. Just like the lawyers, the attitude of a judge will simply go around. I remember one of my colleagues whose name will not be told. He's highly temperamental. And when the lawyers realize who he is, the thing they learn to do best is to annoy him when they get into the court. And he will soon adjourn the case. And that is what they want. Until when I realized that, I called him, I said, this is your weakness, and lawyers are cashing on that. He said, okay, he's going to solve. So everyone has his own weaknesses where people can always rely on to enjoy him. Now, the issue of corrupt judges, or corrupt lawyers, corrupt clients will always come to you because they will hear about you. And you are not building history for yourself and your children. You know, this materialism is not the be-all and the end-all of life. You cannot dream of leaving material to your children alone. You leave name, so that wherever they go, your name is mentioned. Oh, your son of so-so. And that will encourage them to pursue the journey of life with confidence and a lot of benefits which you, the father, might not have even gotten. All right. A lot has been said, and I'm not going to get on repeating. It must have been recorded by the organizers. But there's one plea I'm going to make. All the speakers have alluded to the fact of mentorship. And the last speaker, the learner silks that came in, right, did say that you should pin yourself against any senior person. I must say that, and I'm pleading that these senior persons must show willingness to welcome warmly these young ones that we are mentoring today. Because if the seniors are not showing that inclinations, then what becomes this moment that we are now? It is very important that we all submit ourselves to the mentoring of the leaders of tomorrow within the realm of the legal profession. We thank you so much for the opportunity to come and contribute.
Thank you so much, my Lord. Honorable Justice Ishak Bello, OFR, for sharing this thought-provoking session filled with realities and experiences. We are really grateful. Please, another round of applause for them. Okay, we move straight to the giving of awards. May I invite Mrs. Ezinwa Okorafo, the International President of FIDA, to join us on stage. Please, a round of applause for her. May I also invite the Secretary of this Mentorship Committee, Chief Ejiofor Onwaso, Esquire. Please, a round of applause. Encourage him, please. We can do better than this. Thank you. May I also invite the alternate chairperson of this committee to join us on stage. Encourage him. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. And so on behalf of the NBA Mentorship Committee, I would like to thank you, Chairman, sir, of the committee, my lord, and every other panelist for a very interesting session. There's been a lot to learn for both the new wigs and everybody else who's been present. And so, sir, if I may respectfully start with you, to say thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thereafter, may I, my lord, on behalf of the committee, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, if you could take the. And so, Leonard Silk, sir. Okay. Sorry? Okay. So, you want to go ahead and present this? Oh.
Our distinguished Leonard Sick, on behalf of the MBA Mentorship Committee, I have the singular honor and privilege to present this token of awards in appreciation of your inspirational contribution towards this program.
Okay. On behalf of the MBA Executive Committee on Mentorship, I present this to you. Thank you for hosting us today. Thank you. Doesn't is a member of the executive.
Okay.
Can appreciate it.
Okay. So, Professor Bukola, I was insisting on a plaque for you, but they say you're a landlord, that you're a member of the committee. But regardless, I'd like to thank you most sincerely. There's a lot to learn from you. And we're
Please, Leonard Silk.
Thank you. So
Sorry, ma'am. Let me quickly invite the Leonard Silk, Chief Emeko Obegolu, to join in the photo.
Okay.
And Leonard Silk, Chief Daudu. General Secretary. As well as the General Secretary of the MBA. Please join us, sir. Please encourage them. It's not easy. Thank you. No, it's fine. May I also invite Kainde Ogunwumiju, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, to join us on this photo. Can I also invite him? What's his name? Please, may I also invite the Secretary, Body of Benchers, to join us in this photo. Thank you so much, sir. While members of the next panel session get ready, we'll take a minute for the DJ to play a video on the montage. Mr. DJ, please. Minutes. 10 minutes. Wouldn't they go?
What is the fundamental duty of a lawyer? Why are we here? We are here because it is our duty to protect the rule of law, to protect the Constitution as.
This is an opportunity for attendees to stretch their legs, at least for 5 minutes. You've seated for a while. Thank you so much. Then reconvene. Okay. While we stretch our legs, Mr. DJ, you can play the video we talked about. Okay. Hello. Please, can we reconvene? We'll stretch our legs enough. We'll still have the very last session of the day. Those of us behind, please come forward. Let's settle down. All right, we'll continue with the recognitions. Please settle down. There's a gift for every attendee, aside the CPD point. So if you leave now, you miss that. Let's reconvene, please. Those of us behind by the bags of refreshment, please come forward. Come forward, please. We're about to commence the last session of the day. The earlier we settle in, the earlier we round off. Please. Let's exchange the pleasantries later. Please, can we all settle in? Settle down, please. Yes, please settle down. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, let's recognize some other dignitaries who arrived while the session was on. The Deputy Controller of Immigration, DCI, Beatrice Maya, Esquire. Please give him a round of applause. We can do that. Those of us standing up, please settle down. The next session, okay. The session we just concluded is on professional conduct. Lawyers, please, let's conduct ourselves properly by settling in for the session to commence. Come forward, please. Thank you. Please, can we leave the CPD point registration? Can we leave the CPD point registration desk and come forward, please? Can you hear me behind? I might have to start calling names of lawyers still standing by the food. Please come now so we can proceed. Thank you. All right, thank you so much. For those of us that decided to hit the call for settlement or the call to settle in, we appreciate you. Now, let's recognize the presence of Tolu Shonaike, Esquire, Head of Compliance at the Corporate Affairs Commission. Please, a round of applause. Are we tired at that end? A round of applause, please. Thank you. Let me also seize this opportunity to inform us that there's a CAC stand outside where you can make inquiries and ask questions regarding anything CAC. Let me also take cognizance of Kehinde Ogunwumiju, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. My apologies. Let's take cognizance of Kehinde Ogunwumiju, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. A round of applause, gentlemen. Also, let's appreciate our sponsors. AU Mustafa, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. A round of applause. Without these people, this program might not have held. So let's also appreciate Are Olumuyiwa Akimboro, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. A round of applause. We can do better than that. Also is John Gunu Taidi, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. A round of applause. A round of applause for Jefta Njinkonye, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. These are our sponsors. Thank you so much for sponsoring this important program. Then the last but not the least of our announcements. If you look forward, you will see what I'm holding. We have hundreds of copies of this. And this document contains Legal Practitioners Remuneration Order 2023, Rules of Professional Conduct for Legal Practitioners 2023. And the person supplying the MBA this, free of charge, is no other but the Project Bar, an initiative of Akimboro and Co. Please, a round of applause. Thank you so much, Chief Akimboro, SAN. I bet we're all ready to welcome the next session, which is anchored on the topic, From Law School to Real Life, What I Wish I Knew. The focus of this session is on transitioning into legal practice, navigating courtroom realities, brief writing, client relations, mentorship, and early career growth strategies. Now, may I welcome the chairman of this session in the person of Chief Emeka Obegolu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. With a rousing ovation, please welcome him. Thank you, Lennes Silk, for coming. The panelists are Kehinde Ogunwumiju, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. We welcome you, sir, to the panel. A round of applause, gentlemen. The next is Paul Daudu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, the immediate past Chairman of the Buhari branch. We welcome you, sir. Then the next on our list is Oyetola Atoyebi, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, represented by Obi Ume Esquire. Please, a round of applause for her. Encourage her, please. Let's encourage her. We can do better than that. The next on the list is Nuhu Egia, the Chairman, Citizens Liberties Committee, ably represented by Daniel Egiazo. Please, a round of applause for him as he joins us on the podium. We welcome you, sir. The next on the list is Timothy Clement, the Chairman, Nigerian Bar Association Young Lawyers Forum. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes here. Encourage him. He is the chairman of Young Lawyers Forum and as new weeks amongst us. That's the person to meet after now. And representing John Gunutai, the Senior Advocate of Nigeria, is Oluwaseyi Arowo Shebe. Pardon me, please, if I mispronounce the surname and the name. Please encourage him as he gets to the stage. Do we have any representative of the YLF executive here? Or a member who would want to join us on this stage? If there's no executive present, can a young lawyer come to the stage boldly to join us and make history? Please, a round of applause for whoever can. Let's do that. Yes, encourage them. Beautiful. Encourage him. We can do better. That's more like it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I will hand over the microphone to the chairman of... All right, his name, the bold young lawyer who joined us, is Mr. Ayomide Samuel from the Buhari branch of the NBA. Please, another round of applause for him. Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. Let me first of all thank all who have stayed back since morning. The day has been well spent and it takes a lot of commitment to stay up till this point. It shows to me that you're indeed interested in making your headway in this profession. You can see clearly that the front row has been deserted. What it tells us is that those who were here earlier in the day has already made their mark in the profession and they have nothing more to learn from this bread and butter session. Now I call this a bread and butter session because before you are a panel of very experienced legal practitioners who have been serious courtroom battle-weary men from day one of practice. So they'll be sharing their experience with us as it relates to what I wish I knew. Recall that the keynote speaker, Chief Kanu Agabi, speaking from hell, as he termed it, told us or shared a bit with us on what he wished he knew before he began his legal practice. Now, with us are distinguished men and women who have been in the trenches and who will share their thoughts with us on what they wish they knew before getting to this stage. What it does for us is that some of us will learn from their mistakes, will learn from their experience, and perhaps reflect it in our day-to-day practice life. I will ask to commence this session I'll ask Kehinde Ogunwumiju to, in 3 minutes, tell us what exactly you've been practicing for a very long time. You took silk very early in your journey in practice. Perhaps there are things you could have done differently. Perhaps there are things you did so well you may wish to share with our young colleagues here on your journey thus far. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your time. Where would I start from? Obviously, there are several things that I've learned over time, and I hoped, or rather I wished that I learned earlier. But chief amongst them is understanding your judge, the court. So I'll speak from the perspective of a litigator. That's what I've done in my 20 years of practice. And maybe because of the sort of firm I got into when I started my NYSC and my practice, intellectual development was a priority. But as time went on, we realized that it was not enough for you to understand the law, but to also understand each judge you appear before. There are some judges who like or who can tolerate an aggressive posture, a loud posture, who get impressed by that. Some other judges prefer for you to be calm, deliberate, slow in your presentation. Some judges like to be argued with. They enjoy debates. And some other judges can't stand being argued with. Even when you are in the right, when they raise a point or make an issue, you respectfully and with a lot of humility, you guide them to the right direction. When I was much younger as a lawyer, I was very, very aggressive. I was very aggressive. And I can remember my first few cases I lost. And I started to realize that, your temperament as a litigator is key. You want your judge to like you as a practitioner before him. A judge disliking you can cost your client his case. You may be saying the right thing, but delivering it the wrong way, in the wrong manner. It took me a while to master this art, and I still think that I am learning in that particular sphere, because sometimes I watch some of my other seniors who would say, who would take up the most difficult arguments and still get the judges to patiently listen to them because of the way they present those arguments. It's very tempting as a young lawyer when you've read your law reports and you think you know what the law says, or this is how the law should be. It's very tempting for you to be intellectually arrogant, so that when you go to court and a judge expresses some sort of hesitation or misunderstanding of your point, you get irritated. You must never show this irritation to any judge in court. And this point flows into my second point, which is always remember that you are not the judge. You are not the judge. So you can see things from a point of view that seems perfectly logical, perfectly sensible, but the judge is a different human being. has a different understanding of the same set of facts, the same law you think you have read, clear and unambiguous literal interpretation, this is what this must mean. And you go to court thinking you have a slam dunk case. But guess what? There's a judge that may not see it that way. And also, there's a lawyer on the other side that may not see it that way and intends to argue the other way. How do you react to that? It is not to think every other person is dumb, but to have an open mind, to be flexible enough to accommodate other people's reasonings and understanding of the law and application of the law. I have done cases that I felt were straightforward, and the judge disagreed with me at the High Court. 3 justices of the Court of Appeal disagreed with me. 5 justices of the Supreme Court disagreed with me, making 9 judges in total. And I was there struggling. How were they thinking? And I've also done cases that I felt were extremely weak, difficult cases, and the High Court judge agreed with me. The Court of Appeal justices agreed with me, and the Supreme Court justices agreed with me. So you should approach practice as a professional. You're representing your client, you're conveying his feelings and his thoughts and what he wants to the court, and nothing more. You are not the judge. It helps because I know a lot of young lawyers who have abandoned legal practice because of these sort of frustrations. I've had juniors who will just wake up one morning and say, I don't know, we did this case and I thought we should have won this case and we lost it. I'm disillusioned, I'm tired of legal practice. And some people have gone as far as saying they want to choose another career path. It's wrong, and I try to counsel them. I say you cannot be both the lawyer and the judge. It is for the judge to take a decision. It is for you to argue your case. And I also say that there's a reason why the framers of the Constitution, and in most civilized countries, we have an appellate system. If a High Court judge was meant to be right all the time, if a High Court judge was meant to be correct all the time, then we might as well just abolish the Court of Appeal. And if the Court of Appeal justices are meant to be right all the time, then we have no use for the Supreme Court. So, and I say this as well, that if the Constitution were to be amended today, and another court was created to entertain appeals from the Supreme Court, many of the Supreme Court decisions would also be overturned. So you always need that constant understanding and reminder that, as a lawyer, present your case to the best of your ability. It got to a point when I get a decision rendered in my favor or against me, the only thing I will look for in the decision, did the judge say there was something I ought to have done as a lawyer that I omitted to do? If there was no such statement in that judgment, I'm happy. Doesn't matter however it went. As long as the judge did not indict my presentation of the case, my advocacy, my brief writing, I'm happy. These comments of mine might seem quite simple and maybe even not what you'd ordinarily be expecting to hear at a session like this. but they would help you to manage legal practice, especially litigation. That's the way I've managed it. I've met a lot of lawyers who listen to judgments and decisions and get shocked and complain and say all sorts of things and make all sorts of vows. Some people would even say, oh, if I lose this case, I'll burn my wig and gown. You know, you will lose that case. You cannot win all your cases. You will probably lose the cases that you thought were the best cases. You know, so you must have that in mind. Intellectual humility. Before I got extremely busy, I used to boast that I had read all the copies of Nigeria Weekly Law Reports published from the day I was called to the bar. I can't make that boast now, but I can say that I read up to, from the day I was called to the bar up to February this year. So I'm behind by about 5 months. And what I like to say is, as lawyers, what do we sell? All we sell is knowledge. Knowledge, your name, your integrity, but knowledge. That's what you sell. And the more you know, the more valuable you are. The earlier you start, because as your career advances, you become very busy, and it's difficult for you to settle down to study, to read, to acquire that knowledge, because then you progress in your firm to manage the business. You manage clients. But my first 5-6 years in my practice, I didn't have to interface so much with clients. I didn't have to manage clients. I was a junior, properly so called, and so I used to spend a lot of time reading, pouring through the books, law reports, new laws, all of that, rules of court, all of that. I read them over and over and over again. And that really prepared me. So that by the time I took Silk in 2017, I was barely 11 years at the bar. But by the time I was 9 years at the bar, judges would ask me, Mr. Ogumiju, when are you applying to take Silk? And I would not even be able to tell them that I wasn't even qualified in terms of age at the bar. I'll say, my lord, don't worry, by next year I would apply, or, you know. And what made the difference? Knowledge. If you wake up the most brilliant lawyers, most brilliant legal minds, Chief Williams, Chief Joki Ajayi, and they deliver a submission. If it's against the law, it's against the law. If you as a 1-year-old lawyer at the bar cites the correct position of the law, it doesn't matter who is on the other side. As long as you're citing the correct position of the law, you have your authorities to back it up, the decision will most likely go your way. So takeaways: intellectual humility. Always be ready to learn. Understand that you don't know anything. And what you thought you knew was only relevant for yesterday. The law is a living profession. It advances every day. The position of the law changes every day. That is one. 2, you cannot win all your cases. You cannot even decide the cases that you win and the cases you will lose. Be ready to absorb that shock. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kehinde Ogumiju, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Because you took the rank before me, I couldn't stop you while you overshot the runway. But I can see that from here now, I'm the most senior, so nobody should try me. But interestingly, what Kenny has said is very instructive. No matter how strongly you believe in the case of your client, do not assure your client of success. And that aligns with the rules of professional conduct, because his experience has shown that even when you believe that the case is 100% tight, the judge may see it otherwise. So do not learn this from him today. do not assure clients of success. And again, our rules of professional conduct enjoins us not to assure clients of success in any brief, no matter how strongly you believe in the facts and law behind it. So thank you, Kehinde. When you talked about being aggressive as a young lawyer, I recalled an incident when I worked with Prince Adetokunbo Kayo, the senior advocate of Nigeria. And I was about 2 years post-call, we were defending a criminal matter. So during the hearing, my boss was very aggressive, putting it down, telling the court the settled law, and until our client was convicted. And then the court called for allocutus. Then you can imagine my shock when my boss now turned meek. I said, my lord, you know that the man is a family man. He became very meek. So when I came out from court, I asked him, Oga, what happened? He said, learn this today. There's a different voice for hearing and a different voice for allocutus. So we learn every day, and that's what he said about when you're in court, even when it is not your matter, you can also learn from colleagues who are in court. Paul, when we talk about brief writing and courtroom realities, you've had a few days navigating through the courts. Can you share your thoughts in 3 minutes, or perhaps 4, on what experiences you've had in brief writing and courtroom realities, an intersection between your brief writing and what you met in court? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. And I want to also start by this introduction. When I ventured into practice, I want to confess, I am speaking from the perspective of a second or even third generation lawyer who had a professor who had a law degree, a father who was a senior advocate, and was also abroad. So I had a unique challenge coming back to Nigeria, because for about 4 years I hadn't come back, and I was forced straight into the Nigerian law school to do what you call Bar Part 1. And for those of us who have gone to the law school, so I'm speaking from that perspective, it's usually difficult for the foreign students to adapt. But what I did was I was resilient. I knew that I had to adapt. From bathing with very warm water, I was faced with cold water. In the Nigerian law school, I was losing my mind, no internet, no LexisNexis, for those of us who have studied abroad. No law pavilion hadn't come into the market. So what did I do? That forced my hand, because I was already used to what you are now enjoying now, which is law pavilion and other electronic law reporting and statute provisions. So in terms of that, it was a rude shock for me. And I immediately had to adapt and understand the following in terms of brief writing. First point, if you can get your biro, you have to understand the purpose. Why am I writing this brief? I am dealing with a specific area of stay of execution. So the authorities I should cite should be on stay of execution. I cannot begin to go into issues relating to interlocutory injunction when we are talking about stay of execution. Although they are all interlocutory applications, you must know the exact purpose for which you are writing. That will give you focus. And one thing I wish I knew in writing briefs is understanding the case strategy. What do I mean by the case strategy? That is from beginning to the end. It is like a film. You plot out your strategy from the beginning to the end. You can already see the witnesses you are going to call. What kind of evidence should those witnesses give? What is the law? Because for you to call the correct witnesses, you must, we are talking to ourselves, you must know what they should say so that it falls into the cause of action you are trying to prove. I'm not saying you should adjust the truth, but you must ensure what they are saying is in line with that particular cause of action, so that by the time they are in court, you have predicted the cross-examination questions that will come from opposing counsel, and so that your witness in the course of your trial preparation is ready for those questions. And you already have your written address because you have predicted that is the evidence that is going to come out based on the documents presented. So it is almost, you have to become like a Nostradamus. I wish I knew that. And another issue you should look at is proofreading. I used to be a bit more arrogant when I was younger. I used to believe, I've read it, just like Learned Senior Advocate Keynote Ogumiju has said, I have the luck of knowing that I have to read all the latest Nigerian weekly law reports. Unfortunately, I started reading law reports when I was 10 or 11. That was my punishment by my dad. If I did anything wrong, he would just give me law reports. Most of the times I was not understanding what I was reading, but it became a force of habit. To be successful in practice, unfortunately, there's no shortcut. You have to be reading your law reports. So in doing that, you sometimes think you know everything, but there's always a second, third, and fourth perspective. And what I wish I knew is that I need to consult more widely. There's nobody in your office who is not important. Always have somebody else. So that is why those who are in one-man practice, if you notice, I'm sorry to say, sometimes their presentation in court is not fantastic. Why? Because it has not gone through a process of review or peer review and test. And so naturally, they will have only a one-sided perspective. For example, we were preparing a very simple application this year, and it was a fundamental rights application. I'm sorry, I have to give practical examples. And one of our colleagues just wrote motion or notice in a fundamental rights action. And I tell you, none of us saw it. It was at the point of filing, the most junior person in the team said, that motion or notice is not one of the ways of commencing an action in the Federal High Court. So shouldn't it be originating motion? And we're all like, yes, you are very correct. So you can see that the help can come from anybody within the team. So we also have to stay humble as well when we are preparing for court, because once you are prepared, there is nothing that will surprise you in court. Some people say they meet surprises in court, but if you watched me in court, most times I am always frowning. I don't smile in court, not because I'm a mean person, but if you have met me in court, I don't smile. And it is because I know I can get carried away. So sometimes you can greet me, and I'm sorry, but I am focused that day because for me it's very serious business. And so everybody has his own coping mechanism. Some people smile, some people laugh, some people do what they need to do to cope. I tend to not be very friendly until after court. I will now greet you and say, is it not this man that I was greeting the other time? So you find your coping mechanism, and the last thing is know your court, and then watch your tone. Your tone is very important. You may be saying the right thing, but if you are using the wrong tone, my Lord, I'm correct. This is the... No, now. You have to calm down. Understand the judge. But there are some times you may need to raise your tone. Because if you don't, there are some judges that understand that. So you have to understand the court and watch your tone. Also watch your tone while you're addressing not only senior counsel, but junior counsel. We have to treat ourselves with respect and decorum. Because at the end of the day, you may be on the other side working with that counsel. So thank you very much, Lenesik. I don't want to bore you. I'm most grateful.
Thank you very much, Paul Daudu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. You've made a point that you have to understand the nature and nurture of the judex, and that nobody knows it all. God forbid that any of us knows it all. But I remember those days in Abuja before the advent of final written address and written addresses. Those days you have to come to court with your with your law report and any statute you are relying on. This particular judex, if your case strategy is to buy more time, if you're not ready to file an application, we know that once the judge sees heaps of books in front of you, he will adjourn your case. So we took note of that. Whenever you're not ready to go on, you pack heaps of law reports as if you're willing to rely on them. The moment the judge looks up, say, Mr. Obegolu, your mother cannot go on today. Can you come back, take a date? Because he was a lazy judex. But there are also some judex these days of filing final written address. Before I go to court, I find out whether the judge entertains adumbration. If the judge is such that entertains and engages during adumbration, you will know the level of preparation you will make. Well, there are some judges who says, have you written it down? Whatever you want to say, is it there? Once you say yes, so Chief Obegolu, adopt. If you know these judges, you will be prepared to resolve your issues, particularly when the counsel on the other side prepared for adumbration and you did not prepare because your experience in another court is that they don't allow adumbration. You come to court and the first counsel rises and says, my lord, may I take 5 minutes to emphasize some salient points? And he goes to town. Because you have not prepared for adumbration, you will look incompetent. So knowledge of the judex is very important. So I thank Paul Daudu SAN for the points he has made. Let me now invite the representative of Mr. Oyetola Atoyebi, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Obi Ume is a senior associate in the Omaplex law firm. I can imagine that as a senior associate, you must have had some mentorship from Atoyebi, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. We'd like you to share your experience as a mentee and your early career growth strategies within the firm.
Thank you, Leonard Silk. So, firstly, I would like to keep it brief. And I will firstly say, the Leonard Silk always says, employment is good, but mentorship is better. For a mentee, it is very good to be willing to work. You cannot sit back and relax and say, oh, you expect that when my mentor has something, when whoever you are looking up to has something, they will refer to you. Be willing to do the work. Be available to do the work. If you are not willing or if you're not available, nobody's going to call you or beg you to come. We have this thing. Come and do this. Come and do that. No. There are always people that are available that they will easily call. Do this. File this thing now. We need it within 24 hours. Within 24 hours is the next 6 motto. We need it within, so be always available to work. If you're not available to work, then you are not ready to even practice or learn under the Leonard Silk. Also, for us in Omaplex Law Firm, we do not necessarily you are learning directly from under the Leonard Silk. You are learning from your seniors in the office. You do not necessarily need a Leonard Silk, or you need somebody that is senior to you. Somebody that you know that, oh, this person is hardworking. I can learn from this person. You can go under the person, please, or talk to the person, please, I would like you to be my mentor. I would like, when you have something, please call me. And then your willingness to now work will now aid whether or not that person is going to call you. So I think that is from the Leonard sector.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Obi Ume. She talked about availability. Show up. Make sure you are available. When we did our tutelage, I don't leave my office until Prince Kayode leaves his office. If he's not ready to go, we'll stay in the office. He gave me 2 advantages. First is that I learned from him and he found me available. Second is that after work, when he sees you waiting for him, he will take us to beer parlor to go and enjoy ourselves. So I had that dual advantage by making myself available. And I had a good friendship with him that lasts up till today because we forged a brotherly relationship that sustained us up till today. So we move on to the representative of the chairman of Citizens Liberties Committee, Mr. Nuhu Egia is the chairman, but he's here represented by Daniel Egiazo. Daniel, your Nuhu heads the Citizens Liberties Committee. Within the mandate of that committee is to support citizens who are in conflict with the law. Now, perhaps you work with young members of that committee to sustain them. Can you share your experience with members of that committee and your mentorship model to keep the members trained in citizens leadership? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me start by welcoming you all, the new weeks, to the bar, a bar where no beer is served. It's a special bar where noble men exist. I'm representing Mr. Nuhu Egia, who is the chairman of the Citizens Liberties Committee. Though I've not been a member of the committee, neither have I worked with them. But for the years of my practice as a lawyer, I've spent most of my years as a lecturer in the university. So my experience is mostly coming from the academics. But I know as a fact that the committee has been doing well. The committee has done a lot and is still doing the same, especially where the liberties of our colleagues, lawyers, have been okay, like I was saying before the interruption, I'm equally happy to see a lot of my students here having been called to the Nigerian bar, whom I taught right from 200 level, and they are now here. The joy of a teacher or of a father is to see his students do better than him. And I think basically that's why we're here, is to conscientize you so as to know some of the tips you need in order to be better than what we are. Are we together? So, we never had such opportunities like you. to be mentored or to be taught in this way, or to have this conference as such, in order that it helps us in our practice or in our lives as legal practitioners. So basically, what I'm saying here is, as young lawyers, this era marks the end of a beginning. The beginning you had long ago, and you are beginning another era. Is the end of and in this, and indeed as well, is a time for you to learn. Basically, you are beginning a new end, and in this beginning, we are all going to learn, because it is going to be a shift from textbooks and rules to reality, to people's lives. And such things will begin to be new for us, because what we are taught in the classes may not be actually what we are seeing in realities. And we must be humble to learn. For instance, I was also arrogant when I began my law practice. I used to disregard this court staff, bailiffs, and whatnot. But I think as it is now, I am regretting why I never related well with them. Because the bailiff who has been in court or in the system for a very long time will teach you a lot of things you never knew. And they can even frustrate your matter if you are not careful. So you need to be careful with them. And you need to once in a while relate well with them and find them something. They will help you. Sometimes your case might even come up without even you being aware. Some of these staff you think they are nothing, they're the ones that can help you and call you and remind you of your case and inform you. And if they really want to deal with you at times, they can even hide your file. So that's one of the things I have actually regretted. And I feel that as young lawyers, anybody, and you must learn to read everything. Like the learned senior advocate was saying earlier, that as lawyers, I've always told myself, so young lawyers must learn to speak good English, to write good briefs, and above all, you must make quorum in court. You must behave well. When we say a good lawyer is one who knows the judge, not who knows the law, it is not meant that you must know the judge in terms of personal relationship. No. You need to know what every judge wants. There are judges that are carried away by a lawyer's dressing. So if you dress to go here, come down, come back, answer call. So judges observe this. And if you are found wanting, you have a problem in the profession. Always pray. Even before you go to court, please pray in the morning.
You know, when Daniel mentioned about the language of this profession, we all agree that each profession has a language. I recall the story of a security man being interviewed somewhere in Nigeria. So when the interviewing team asked him, Mr. Sunday, it appears you don't speak good English. The man responded, Oga, he didn't tell me that the thieves will come from England. So it shows that he understands the nature of his work, and English language is not a requirement for his work. But for us who are lawyers, English language is a requirement for our work, and we should do well to master it. I invite the Mr. Oluwaseyi Arowo Sheben, who is representing past General Secretary Jonathan Gunu Taidi, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Please share your thoughts on the theme of this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I must bring you the greetings of Mr. Jonathan Gunu Taidi, SAN, the past GS of our bar. He'd love to be here in person, but he's in Maiduguri now for their law week, so he couldn't do the two together. But for his love for young lawyers, he chose to send somebody to come and be with us. And from what we're doing today, the ball has now passed to me to share my thoughts. Since the panel session, I'm not presenting his paper, but I have his goodwill to share, which I've done already. So I highlighted the number of things that I will share. So to the new weeks in the house and the young lawyers, congratulations. Let me start by saying litigation is not a poor man's business. It's not a poor lawyer's practice. So don't think there's no money there. You must have heard that a number of times. If you do your job very well, the fat briefs will come to you. There are SCNs there who did just litigation to arrive at the peak of their careers. You know some of them, you've seen them. All right, and then I must say that you cannot be over-prepared for court. Even if you're going to move a motion, an application, ensure that you know everything in that motion. Ensure that you know everything in the file. In 2016, I was before my Lord Honorable Justice Peter Afen, now JCA in High Court Maitama then. Before I moved my application, my Lord told me, young man, I've read your files. Don't move that application. I won't grant it. My Lord told us that he reads every file before he comes to court. Sometimes he sleeps around 4 a.m. So it will be an error on your part as a lawyer not to understand the file in your hand, but the judge knows better. At the Supreme Court last month, and in one of the cases, a lawyer dragged all of us to court for an application, and the matter was already academic, quite all right, but the lawyer was trying to use a motion to bring it back to life. And then the presiding justice asked him a question. What is the state of this matter at the trial court? Or what was the matter all about? People of God, he does not know the substance of the case that brought all of us to the Supreme Court of Nigeria. You know, it was a tongue-lashing experience for that man that day. So please understand your file, and you can't be over-prepared. Keep studying the file as much as you can. Now, this one will strike you. The boring areas of practice are the juicy ones. There are some areas of law you've not even heard about at all. But there are some that you do not have interest in. When you hear of taxation, you think it's mathematics. There's money there. When you hear of IP, intellectual property, it might be boring to you, but there's serious money. The players are not many. So if you key in, when you hear of maritime law, it sounds strange. So what most people know is corporate commercial or litigation. But there are some in-depth areas of this corporate commercial that you need to go into, that when you get there, the players are not many, and there are so very many fat juice to get from there. Now, there's something I wish I did when I was a law student. I should have made more friends with non-lawyers. I'll tell you why. Most of our friends in school, university, and law school, of course, they are law students, and then gradually our friends turn out to be mostly lawyers. When you make friends with non-law students, these people will be your first set of clients when you start veering out to practice. The people that you kept close contact with, who knew you as a law student when you were in school, if you're able to maintain that relationship with them over time, they are coming back to you for legal help. So you can still mend that fence. If there are people that were in your hostel when you were in school who were not studying law, you can begin to reach out to them gradually to keep that friendship going. So that in the next 5 years, or 4 years or thereabout, when you start your own practice, you have people who will begin to reach out to you. I know this guy, he was studying law when we were in school. They will bring the briefs to you. I'll show you that. All right, as a lawyer, you would have to multitask. I've been restless all day today because I have 4 things to do. 4. And even though I could send somebody to those places, it won't be as effective as I would have loved, because as lawyers, we have so many things to do. We have senior lawyers, SCNs here, who tell you they read law reports as recent as this year. Some of us are even thinking we are busier than that now, let us see. But seriously, as lawyers, we must learn to multitask. There's so many things to do, and we must be able to use technology to begin to do some of the things that we have to do. Very important. Social media. This one is dicey. People do different things on social media, but I want to tell you that you should begin to see social media as a business angle. See it as an office. See it as a suite where you practice your trade. As long as you do it within the gambit of the RPC. You're not there to advertise. You're just there to share knowledge, to create indirect awareness, to build a niche for yourself. I can assure you from my engagements on social media, there are briefs that come without stress. Yes, I just advise you to start gradually. And then lastly, I would say that no experience you have as a lawyer is a waste. Even if you work in a law firm for 3 months, there was a reason for you to work in that firm. There was a place I resumed for just 1 day, and I left. I assure you, the 1 day I spent there, I still remember the things that were imparted in me. So no experience you have, even if your boss was horrible, they don't pay you well, there's something for you to learn, because eventually you're going to be on your own. If you're not on your own, you're going to be managing others. And as you manage others, you are mentoring people, either positively or negatively. So eventually you'll be a leader. What do you want to be said about you as a senior lawyer when you get there? Thank you, Lenesik.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oluwaseyi. He has told us to network outside your comfort zone. Network outside your comfort zone. It's a good way to start, as it were, showcasing yourself. Distinguished colleagues, the last but definitely not the least person is a representative of the Young Lawyers Forum. He will be sharing his thoughts on what young lawyers expect from mentors and how they perceive us. It's a judgment day for us who are seniors here. How they perceive us in our quest to strengthen them and make them better lawyers. I will invite him, but before I invite him, let me appeal to the vice chair of this committee, Tochukwu Peters, that I have a flight for 5 p.m. As soon as I invite the representative of the young lawyers, I will urge him to please take my seat and conclude this session so I can catch my flight. So I thank you very much. Mr. Ayodele Samuel, please, can you share your thoughts?
Thank you so much, Mr. Sharma. The young lawyer expects a lot from our senior, but first off, we look at our senior as a mentor, in the sense that they have been there before. We were just coming into the light. And even though we are not coming from the darkness, but the legal profession is a thing that we don't know anything about before. And it is always good when a young lawyer is called to the Nigeria bar and we look to someone and say we want to follow this person to learn the law. And it's in different way, because law as a profession, there's a business side of it. So when we are called to the Nigeria bar, and there's a lot of reasons why different persons are called to the bar or decide to study law or to be a lawyer. And me personally, the issue of getting justice is one of the core areas that led me to study law. I don't like when I'm in a particular place and at the end of the day, I discover that this person is not treated fairly. It really makes me I don't even mind taking the case upon myself to make sure that this person gets the justice that he deserves. I don't like injustice. And as a young lawyer, our duty that we expect from our senior is to make sure that we have a person that will look onto, that show us what the law is about. And when we look at it, we will know that in time of, when I made mention of the business aspect of the law, in terms of pricing, billing, and client acquisition and time management, these are part of the side of the business of the law that young lawyers must understand and we must learn from our senior. A few days ago, I was with one of my first boss when I entered the legal profession. And as a matter of fact, after my my exam at the law school, I just sent a message to the few senior that I did my attachment with, and I said, I'm expecting my results. In order for me not to be languishing at home, not to be watching Hollywood and the likes, or playing football game. I want to make myself useful. Can I come to the law firm and start learning the law before my result comes out? And with all joy, they embraced me and said, I can come over. I was one of them a few days ago, and I went there because anytime I have some issue, legal issue, I take it to them for solution. And I had some questions as to billing and pricing of a particular aspect of law. And he said, this thing is not far-fetched. We are looking forward to a mentor that will be able to tell us, this is the way you do it. This is the way you do it. And from there, when we learn it, it makes us to grow very well in the profession. And also, as a young lawyer, we are looking out to our senior in the profession in terms of reputation, because whether we like it or not, reputation is our currency. What you stand for is your reputation. And when you look at it, in terms of your attitude, in terms of the way you address the public, those are what you stand for. Everybody that is seated there, it is because of one or two things that we have done, either in the past or in the present. That is what make us to be seated there, to be able to look up to us and say, you have one or two things that you can give back to the society, to the young folk, and that is why we're invited there. So we should treat our reputation like a currency that we spend. If you approach a supermarket without anything in your bank account, you cannot say you want to buy anything. I believe that if you go there and you start saying you want to beg there, nobody will even hear to that you're begging. But when you dip your hand to your pocket or you stretch your ATM card to them, and then you have the assurance that, yes, there's money in it, then you have the assurance. So our reputation is our currency. And also, we, as a young lawyer, we are also looking at as to the area of mentorship, in the sense that we are looking for how we can be specialized in some key area of law. I call it specialization is power. And there's a popular saying that Jack of all trades is the master of none. When you come into the legal profession, you want to do German, everything, you just want to what you can make here, just for you to make ends meet and all. But the fact is that you must specialize in one area of law. Today, you can hear so many names of our senior. When you may mention, maybe, for example, Femi Falana, you say, oh, human rights. When you may mention of you can point out one aspect of the law that they are guru in. I'm proud to say today that among the few ICT lawyers in Nigeria, I'm one of them in Nigeria today. And I just got my master's degree in ICT law. It's a juicy area that nobody is really into it. I know that some person are asking questions as to ICT, is there anything like that and all. But the fact is that you have to look at it, that what area of law that is new in the legal space that I can key into. And that is why I have to choose that aspect of law and say, so let me become that one person or few among the few persons in Nigeria and in the world at large, when they make mention of this aspect of law, you can say, yes, this person is a grounded person. In conclusion, the real life is a strategy. What we learn in law school is theory. And whether the quicker you understand this, the better for you. It's principle, the case law, how you pass your exam and all. But by the time you come to the real world, that is when you have to be strategic in everything you do and all. And lastly, in terms of client management, we must have emotional intelligence in the sense that we should understand that our client is not file that we handle, that we keep on our shelves in our offices. Our clients are those set of persons. Some of them are confused. Some of them are anxious for you to get through with their cases and all. So we must have that emotion. Some of them will approach you. They might won't talk to you anyhow. But it's your ability that you have your emotional intelligence to manage them in all. That is what will define you and all. And these are many other things is what we are looking on to our leaders in that are ripe already in the profession as a young lawyer. Thank you so much.
Before the panelists round up, we will give them 1 minute each for their closing remarks. But before I hand over the microphone to the next on my left, may I quickly mention that there is an aspect of what I wish I knew that is very, very fundamental for the new weeks. Whether you're in private practice, whether you're in public sector, you must have this at the back of your mind. Wherever you are working, whenever you feel that you have learned a lot and that you have now decided to grow, either to leave your principal or to leave your place of work. Maybe you are working at CAC, at Central Bank, at EFCC, or you are working in a law firm, be it a senior advocate of Nigeria or a senior lawyer. Anytime you start nursing the ambition to grow, to exit, or to leave the firm or the place, please, fundamentally, make sure you live on a good note. Make sure you live on a very, very good note. I say this because that was my personal experience. When I was called to the bar, by divine providence, I was sent to a senior advocate of Nigeria's office in the person of Frikit Alpha ACN. I worked there for a few years, and I started feeling like I have learned this law. I need to move. I need to move. And when I wanted to move, I put in my letter of resignation. I was craving to leave the next month. I was even willing to forfeit my 1 month salary in lieu of notice. But when I put in my letter, the head of chamber, in the person of Olusegun Jolao ACN, he called me to the office and said, "Remember, we have made you. Remember, we trained you. You don't just come and give us letter and walk away. Nobody knows tomorrow. Maybe there is a law firm that has given you a bigger offer. Maybe there's an organization that has given you a better offer. You don't just live like that. You have given us 1 month notice, but you are going to stay another 6 months here." Meanwhile, as at that time, I had perfected my arrangements on how I was going to start up. He said, "You are giving us extra 6 months. I said, "Sir, why?" He said, "I will not tell you today, but you see that letter of resignation, go and keep it. I'm not looking at it." I felt so bad. But the words of elders are words of wisdom. I went home. I withdrew the letter of resignation. I continued. As against the 6 months that I was told, I ended up working for another 1 year. Until eventually, he said, "Now, I think you have trained somebody in your department," because the law firm has different departments. And I agreed to head a particular department. So now you have trained someone here. Now we can allow you to go. And on a peaceful note, I had a beautiful send-off and I left. The rest is history. I can tell you proudly that in less than 2 years in practice, the good briefs, the good cases was all coming from the same office where I had left peacefully. Until tomorrow, the relationship I have with that firm is unimaginable. So please, I want to appeal to the young lawyers. What I'm telling you today, you may not understand it. There will be this craving that you have gotten a better job, you have gotten a bigger pay, There are so many things on your table. Make sure at all times, at all costs, that the present place where you are working, you exit from that place in a very peaceful manner. Thank you very much. So, I hand over the mic to my learned brother, Kendo Kunju, SAN, for him to just give us his closing remark. Thereafter, you can take it off.
Thank you very much, Brother Silk. Yeah, I've learned a lot from all the comments today, particularly from Mr. Adequito. I'm quite impressed because you were not scheduled to speak, but I learned from you. Just talking about intellectual humility. You can learn from everyone, anyone. Your reputation is key. He made that point. I think most of us have made that point. Whatever you do, someone is watching. It might be in court. It might be in a meeting with a client. It might be dealing with a brief in the police station. It might be at a negotiation. It might be in an arbitration. It might even be by way of a letter you wrote. Someone is reading and someone is watching. Be careful. Ensure that you pass the right message. You want to show that you're a gentleman. You want to show that you're competent at what you do. You want to show that you understand the law. You want to show that you're a decent practitioner. You want to show that you will at all times uphold the ethics of the profession. And you want to show that you are willing to learn and you're a good team player. Thank you very much.
Pour out, please.
Thank you very much. Just my closing words are essentially that as new weeks, we have to build the foundation. We have to make sure that as you are leaving the law school, I'm sorry, a lot of what you've been taught in the law school, they are just a guide. You now have to start learning the law properly. You have to build your procedural and substantive law to an extent to which you can then be on your own. And you can decide to set up on your own and have mentors and associates. Or you join a law firm. Whatever path you choose, always ensure that you have somebody who is constantly supervising you and making sure you're ready. Then finally, you have to learn to be prepared. Some of our sessions earlier this morning, you heard about the experiences of my Lord Justice Ishak Bello and others who have had rude awakenings. I've had my own too. There was a day I was expecting my head of chambers in court, and she told me that the matter is to take dates. And as I got there, what I saw, they have filed counter affidavits. Our secretary has received it, but unfortunately, somehow, it didn't make its way to the file. Here I was, as a young lawyer, confronted with a motion that I thought I'm coming to take dates because the other side has not filed anything. I said, my Lord, I need time to put my house in order. My Lord said, no. Mr. Daudu, there is no house you are putting in order. Put it in order here. You should be able to respond to this. And I hazarded my chance, and I learned very, very bitterly. I lost that application. I learned very bitterly that I do not go to court with that mindset that I'm going to take dates. So please, anything you are doing, even if you are giving something to photocopy, I now use that as a test for my young lawyers. If I give you something to photocopy or scan, I'm not just giving you that document to photocopy or scan. I expect you read it because I may take you up on it. So thank you very much for this opportunity. I appreciate all the organizers for these well-organized programs. And I wish all our new weeks a smooth transition. Just to finally say, please join an MBA branch in your locality. Please make sure you join MBA because MBA is the best way you can get to review yourself against your peers. That is where we do a lot of peer review and you can see how you are performing. So thank you very much and God bless you.
Okay, so I would like to share my experience, my first time in court. So what we do in the office is you first, as a new week, you go for judgment, then you go for mention, then hearing. So my first time, I went for judgment, and that day, judgment came first. So I stayed until the end. If my Lord asks a question and somebody says, oh, like the person responds, I'll write it down. So when you are asked this, this is what you respond, this is what you say and everything. So I stayed till the end of that court session that day. By the time my Lord was just about to leave the court, my Lord said, new wig. And I was looking like, is it me that she's referring to? My Lord said, new wig. And I raised my head up and she was talking to me. And she said, you have been writing. And everybody in the court laughed. So she asked me which office I was from and everything. By the time I got to the office, they told me at the reception that the Leonard Silk is calling you. I was thinking, what have I done wrong? The matter was in our favor. So why are they calling me? And apparently, my Lord had already called my boss to say, you sent a new wig to my court today, and she did very well. So the essence of this is to show that when you think nobody's looking, when you think nobody's watching you, somebody is looking. There's always going to be feedback, either from your client, from whoever. So it is always good to put in your best. I also learned that day not to be in a hurry to leave the court. You learn more from when you see other people speak, the way they respond to the court, and you read the attitude of the court. So, in all, it is always good to be very patient. It is good to know how to relate with people, and it is good to be very willing to work. Thank you.
Finally, take care of yourselves. That's the number one rule. Don't succumb to pressure to doing charity when you are an object of charity. As a young lawyer, you may have a lot of pressure. Have you been called to bar? People calling, send me this, blah, from the little money you are getting. First, take care of yourselves. Take care of your health. Take care of anything that has to do with you first before another person. Are we together? So once you do that, you'll be alive and healthy enough to practice the profession. If you don't take care of yourself and you are caught up by one or two challenges, off you go. And we just observe, we say 1 minute silence. It will never reach 1 minute, maybe 30 seconds, they say, I'm blah, blah, blah. So please take care of yourself and be patient in learning. Be very patient. Most of us, as young lawyers, maybe we go to court and then our cases are being called maybe earlier. Maybe because a senior is involved on the other side. And then as soon as you are done, you are rushing to go. Go to where? Stay small and learn from other cases. Learn from other seniors. And it is advisable that you have a small notebook where you jot some things. It's not composed, but there are vital things. There are some cases that may come up in court in a case that you are not even involved. Just jot and have them recorded. They will help you a lot. They will help you a lot. And on emotional intelligence, the way you deal with clients. As a lawyer, I know our reasoning are far off, different from other people, especially ordinary clients, like lay people. Sometimes you have to come down to their level. I know I've lost a lot of briefs simply because I came to court with the other lawyer in the same car. Clients don't understand that. They feel, their cases may be compromised or must have been compromised or something. So at the end of the day, I was able to learn that, look, if I'm coming to court with a lawyer that I'm involved in the same case with, if I'm the one driving or he's the one driving, we'll drop one at the gate of the court and then the other one drives in. Because the moment they see you together, they feel, something wrong is happening. And you know, as lawyers, we may even have had hardly discussed the matter while coming, you know. So, and you must maintain good relationship with your colleagues first. Forget that your clients might be fighting here and there, especially those of us that have practiced in villages. When people are fighting over land, they are even ready to kill themselves. They also expect that the lawyers involved in the matter should also be involved in this, their rancor. Please, if you die today, these clients that are fighting, they will rush and pick their fire. These your colleagues here are the ones that will gather to bury you. So relate well with your colleagues. as much as our clients fight, no, we must not stoop so low to also involve in that fight with our own colleagues. In court, we can do anything. We can fight, use the law to fight, but such fights should not extend to outside the courtroom. So basically, that's my advice for you finally. Thank you very much.
For my closing thoughts, I just want to add a few more points. One is that we are all in practice. Whether you're in litigation, you're in corporate, you're in ADR, you're doing taxation or maritime or whatever it is you are doing. But I want to advise, something I've been telling young lawyers, that you should have first-hand experience in litigation at the beginning, no matter how short the time is. Because eventually when you veer into other areas of law, there is always that court aspect that comes in. Dispute could arise from that transaction, and then there's a need to litigate. If you don't have any idea of it, you'll be so blank when the matter is going on in court eventually. That's one. Two, have a strategy for your life. Make plans. Now, there's a chance that you make a plan and God directs you elsewhere, but have a plan you are working with. So don't be blank at any point in time in your practice. You should have a direction of what you intend to achieve. That would help you to begin to strategize. I say this because 15 years ago, I started learning IP. I was in 300 level that time. I did copyright in first semester. And 2016, I wrote my LLB thesis. I wrote on copyright. Sorry, 2013. Then 2016, I was doing my master's. 2017, I wrote on copyright again. So from that point, I began to realize that this IP thing seems to be a way to go for me. So I developed myself more. I read more. I've been teaching, I've been talking, I've been guiding people, and now I've been making money on IP, I must say. So it's something that you need to work towards gradually. And then lastly, mentorship is the key. Look for seniors, 1, 2, 3, or 4 that you can learn from. Now, I say this with every sense of respect. You don't need to agree with everything that you see them do. But look at those good things about them and emulate them, learn from them. You must not agree with everything a senior tells you or it's not advises you to do, because it worked for them. It doesn't mean it may work with you. But there are those things that you are convinced that if you do them, they would work. So look for those points and leverage on them and do them. Thank you so much. Again, on behalf of Mr. Jonathan Goodwill, SAN, our past GS, I thank you for bringing us to this panel.
Thank you so much. I have just 2 points in concluding. Number one is we must build relationship. Networking is not an option. Oftentimes we gathered and all, you don't know that person seated next to you, if that's the person that will bring your next meal. So networking is not an option. Any gathering you see yourself, please build relationship. In your local assembly, build relationship. In that place you are living, build relationship. Let them know what you do for a living, that you are a lawyer. Put it on your head. Wear the face cap. That's about that. Lastly, money matters. We know how much you paid in law school. We spent more than 15 years, if I'm not mistaken, from primary school down to law school and NYC. So money matters. So you must be intentional about it. We all know that undercharging is an offense in the practice. It's a professional misconduct. So you must know how to do your billing, your pricing, because it matters. If you don't know, we have the chairman of the session is the chairman of the remuneration committee. So you can go back to that order and go and learn how you can bill, how you can charge. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I wish the young lawyer congratulations.
On behalf of the chairman of the mentorship committee, Dr. Kayode Ajulo, SAN, I thank the panelists for taking our time to be here with us. We know that there are so many engagements every one of us have now. Some of us are in Benue, some people are in Meduguri, but you deem it right to honor us today. We really appreciate you for taking time out to come today. And for the new weeks, I believe since the morning that you have been here, you have some take-homes. In summary, I'm aware that from the opening remark
the guest speaker, as well as the first, second, and third session, you have noted the fundamentals that are needed as a young lawyer or as a new wig. First of all, professional ethics. Ethics. Everything about the legal profession revolves around ethics. Every other thing is forgivable. But once you are in breach of professional ethics, it is essentially irredeemable. Sometimes that 5 million, that 2 million, that 20 million that you have collected in breach of professional ethics may not be enough to salvage you from the consequences of that breach. So at all times, always ask yourself this question: what I'm about to do, is it in conflict with the rules of professional conduct? Thank you, and God bless you all.
Most of the persons on this panel have been in this meeting from since the morning till now, and beyond just being patiently with us all through this activity, they have also lent us critical perspectives that will guide our young persons in their practice, particularly in the courtroom. I think they're deserving of a better applause than you've done. Thank you very much for the most insightful perspectives you've shared. May I please invite for a presentation to the panel the Secretary of the Mentorship Committee, Mr. Ejiofor Onwaso. Whatever you find to do, I think you should do it with some spirit, with some energy, with some enthusiasm. Beautiful. That's how we do it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Able MC. Distinguished panelists, dearly beloved Leonard Six, and other members of the panel. I want to profoundly appreciate you for your sacrifice and availing yourselves and allowing the younger ones to tap from the depth of your well of wisdom you have freely given them. And on behalf of the chairman and members of the MBA Mentorship Committee, we express our appreciation. There is some logistic gap. We have 3 souvenirs to be presented. I want to crave the indulgence of the non-Sikhs in our midst. At the point of delivery, the dispatch person had issues. Okay, in the spirit of proper mentorship, which is about sacrifice, the Sikhs have conferred on themselves and have decided that we should rather give the plaques to the younger lawyers. Shall we applaud them, please? I want to start with the bold young lawyer who took up the challenge. He was never originally meant to be part of this panel, but he saw an opportunity and leveraged it with boldness. And that is one of the lessons or the fundamental tips of all we've been taught. You are enough, you are capable, you can make mistakes. It's all about daring to succeed. So having that, we are proud to have you in our midst. And on behalf of the Mentorship Committee of MBA and the President of the Nigerian Bar Association, I have the singular honor and privilege to present this in appreciation of your insightful contributions. Congratulations. Okay, yeah. I understand you're representing Nuhu Egia, the chairman of the NBA Citizens Liberties Committee. So we are glad to have you. And on behalf of the MBA Mentorship Committee, I proudly present this to you in recognition and in appreciation of your sterling contribution towards the discourse. Congratulations. Okay, it would appear the other members of the panel are equally ranked as Leonard 6. But I think the men have equally ceded the right to have the final one to the lady. We are gender sensitive. Can we appreciate them? So, lady, ma'am, on behalf of the MBA Mentorship Committee, we gladly present this to you to take home to your boss. Your contribution has been valuable and deeply appreciated. Congratulations and thank you. Okay, for the Leonard 6, we shall send yours to your respective offices. Thank you so very much.
So this will be a good time to just take a photograph before they leave the podium. Okay, please, go ahead. Oh, the MBA General Secretary, please, sir. Dr. Mobolaji Ojibara. Please, sir. Okay, please can we applaud them better? Thank you very much. Permit me to welcome quickly for a brief goodwill message, a former National Publicity Secretary of Nigerian Bar Association, Dr. Rapoluchukwu Nduka. Please, I wouldn't like Dr. Nduka to leave here thinking this is what Abuja hospitality is about. Can we applaud him better? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. I would have loved to be here since morning, but I was engaged at the Gariki Law Week as one of their speakers there. My name is Dr. Rapolo Ndoka, and I know that a lot of things have been said during this program, and so I will try not to repeat anything. So first of all, I want to thank the organizers. That's a very good job you've done to put this thing together, because it's a world of difference from what we learn at the law school and what you see in practice. So I just want to drop just 4 points, and I will just step down. Number one is that the law in theory is different from the law in practice. Cases don't follow the neat outlines of what we've done at the law school, and clients that we get to meet don't come with model answers. You get to see all sorts of clients, the crazy ones, the very nice ones, the ones that would insult you, the ones that would offer you peanuts for your job, and several other persons, and you have to manage them all. So it comes with wisdom, empathy, and resilience. Number two, your reputation matters a lot. More than your grades and the kind of things you've won at your competitions in school, Your integrity, reliability, and how you treat people will determine the doors that you open or the doors that are closed against you. Number 3, I would also want to say this: you must not know everything. You keep learning every single day. This is 20 years of court. I was called in 2005, and I keep learning every day. The best lawyers are not those who know everything, but those who never stop learning. Lastly, I would also enjoy every one of us. Please, as you work very hard, also take care of yourself. The tendency to burn out with hard work is always there. Make sure you curry your relationships. Make sure that you relax yourself very well. Make sure that you take care of your body, because a sick lawyer will not definitely make a good lawyer. Thank you so much for having me, and enjoy the rest of your day. My name is Dr. Rapolo Ndoka. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Rapolo Ndoka. As we gradually get to the end of this seminar, permit me to invite to the microphone next one of the custodians of our profession, being a national officer and indeed the General Secretary of the MBA, for some words. And I invite Dr. Mobolaji Ojibara to the microphone. That is no way for you to... Aha! That is the General Secretary of the MBA. Dr. Jibara has been with us since morning, sitting quietly in a corner, observing proceedings patiently. We appreciate you greatly, sir.
Thank you, my chair. You have heard everything. Everything has been said. Is there anybody out there? Okay, so I'm not going to be giving any lecture. All the lectures have been given. My role here is just to give information. How many of you here is a member of any branch of the MBA? I can only see 5 hands. Is there anybody out there? So, and I'm not talking about the old lawyers. If you are not a member of the MBA, and when I say member of the MBA, I mean member of a branch of MBA, you don't have connection with MBA yet. Now, how many of you is a member of any section of the MBA here? Just 2 people. The topic of my presentation is supposed to be understanding the structures of the MBA and its role in the society. A lot of things have been said, but I'll just quickly go over it so that I don't bore you with any kind of lecture. And of course, from my presentation, you should be able to understand the structure of the MBA, how the MBA is built, who runs the MBA, and of course where you fit in. The structure is such that at the top is the National Executive Committee of the MBA, otherwise called the National Officers. They are elected into the office every 2 years, and at the head of that team is the president of the MBA. The president is the chief executive and the symbolic head of the bar. Is the only person through whom the MBA can speak on any issue. And after him, we have the general secretary, the office I hold. The general secretary of the MBA is the head of the administration. And what some people call the policy engine room of the MBA. The MBA have, we have a couple of departments through which issues concerning lawyers are dealt with. We have 3 vice presidents, one representing each of the geopolitical zones, the first, the second, the third. And each must come from the different, each of them oversees, coordinates, and supports the branches within their respective zones to ensure harmonization with the policies of the national secretariats and the directives and supporting the branch in their various activities. We have other officers, the treasurer, the financial secretary, the public secretary, welfare secretary, assistant secretary, and assistant public secretary. Now, after the National Executive Committee, and please note the difference, is the National Executive Council. They are different. National Executive Committee comprised of the national officers. National Executive Committee comprised the national officers, the elected national officers. While the National Executive Council comprised the national officers, which is the National Executive Committee, chairmen and secretaries of all the branches of the MBA, chairmen and secretaries of all the sessions and fora of the MBA, and co-opted members. So the NEC is the highest decision-making organ of the MBA in between AGMs. The AGM is ordinarily the highest decision body of the MBA. But of course, because the AGM meets just once in a year, decisions are made in between. That body, that organ that makes that decision in between the AGMs is the National Executive Committee. So I'm going to advise here that you pay attention, because every time the NEC meets, it meets every 3 months. Every time the NEC meets, it comes out with a resolution that affects you as a lawyer, that affects your practice as a lawyer, irrespective of what you do as a lawyer called to Nigerian Bar. So after that, we have branches of the MBA. As of today, I think we have about 130 branches of the MBA. And somebody was saying, Lanesik Podad was saying, join a branch of the MBA. Unless you join a branch of the MBA, you do not have a relationship with the MBA. Unless you are a member of a branch of the MBA, you cannot relate with the MBA for whatever purpose. So it is only through your branch. For instance, now you want to apply for a stamp, you cannot apply directly to the National Secretariat. Even though you apply directly on your portal now, you still have to show with an evidence that you are a member of a branch of the MBA. So please, join a branch today and be active as a member of that branch. Volunteers to be member of a committee, because if you are invisible at your branch, you are invisible in the MBA. So that after then, we have sessions, fora, and institutes. Let me talk about the sessions first. We have 3 main sections of the MBA. We have the SRP, we have the SBL, and we have SPIDL. So irrespective of what your interest is as a lawyer, if you have interest in business law, join the SBL. If you have interest in legal practice, join the section on legal practice. Of course, if your interest is in public interest law, join the SPIDL. Now, coming to the fora. The fora, I think as of today, we have about 13 fora of the MBA. Irrespective of once you are called to the bar and you are working anywhere as a lawyer, you must be able to find yourself as fitting in one of the fora. And I'm so that you will know now where you are. I have seen a lot of people here who work in-house, seen a lot of people around you who serve private offices, and I've seen some who are with the academic. So I'll just list the fora now so that you know which one you should join, so that your interest can be protected. We have, of course, as a young lawyer, you are automatically a member of the Young Lawyers Forum. We have the Corporate Council for those in-house. We have a forum for lawyers with disability. They have a special forum for them that their special interests will be catered for. We have a forum for lawyers in diaspora. If you are called to the bar in Nigeria and by whatever reason you find yourself in Canada, in UK, in US, or in Australia, you can still be actively involved in the activities of the MBA by joining the Lawyers in Diaspora Forum. We have lawyers in academia. We have legislative aids fora for those of our colleagues who are working in the various houses of assembly or National Assembly, and they find themselves working as legislative aides. We have a forum for them. We have law officers forum for our colleagues who are working in the various ministries of justice or in any ministry for that matter, and you are working as a law officer in any of those ministries. We have lawyers in the police. We have lawyers in the army. We have lawyers in the media. We have FRSC lawyers, and we have lawyers in the entertainment forum. So register with at least, like I advise, at least one session, and of course as a young lawyer, you should be a member of the Young Lawyers Forum. That is how you begin building your career path as early as possible. So participate, publish, and always be present. So now, what is the role of the MBA in the society? Why does the MBA exist? Why do you have to be a member of the MBA? What exactly does the MBA do? So here, you should be able to say for sure what is it that the MBA stands for? How does it influence the society in Nigeria? How and what is your duty as a lawyer to uphold what MBA stands for? We stand for the promotion of rule of law. So some of the things that you see the MBA do is like, for instance, when courts or judges are attacked, it is the responsibility of the MBA to come to their head and speak for them. It's always said that when issues like that happen, the judges don't speak for themselves. So it is the responsibility of the bar to speak up for the court, for the judges. We condemn unconstitutional conducts by individuals, by organizations, and even by the government. It is the role as a front runner in the civil society. It is our role to ensure that we stand against unconstitutional conduct within the society. And of course, we call out impunity. So that's why a lot of times when issues of impunity, of unconstitutional conducts or attacks on constituted authorities arise, MBA would always issue statements on these national issues. So it is advisable that you model your legal consciousness after this, and so now, where do you belong in all this? What should you do to be part of this? We have said it. Be a member. Join a branch. Join a session. Join a forum. Engage with the MBA with clarity. grow within the structure, branch, volunteer to be a member of a committee. If you are qualified, contest for elective offices, serve, grow, and reflects the nobility of your calling. A lot of things have been said, including virtually everybody who has spoken here today has spoken about mentorship. But there are three things I would just like to remind you about, and I'd like you to work with that when you deal on issues of mentorship. Be deliberate about it. Yes, be deliberate about it. What I've just said now, a lot of explanations have been made on it. So I do not need to let it be structured. A lot of times, the reason why mentorship don't work is that we do not respect the boundaries and the time of our mentors. We should know when to draw a line between you and the mentor. And let mentorship be reciprocal. Even your mentor can learn from you. Create a mentorship relationship with somebody who would want you around him or her, who would want to call you, offer to research for him or her. Let him feel your presence. Let him know that your relationship with him or her is also beneficial. So that it's not every time you call your mentor and say, oh, this guy is calling me again. Let him be looking or her be looking forward to your call, to your visits. And I think I will not overflog that. So in closing, understand the structure of the MBA. Learn how the MBA works. This is your house. Make the best use of it. And get involved. And that's why until you are a member of a branch, you could not participate actively in the affairs of that branch. Get involved, join a branch, be active in the activities of the branch. Serve, volunteer in committees. Get elected to serve. Represent the profession in your dressing, in your speech, even in your tweets. And most importantly, in your habits. Be the lawyer people admire. You're not too young to make a difference. Make the difference today. And thank you for your audience.
Thank you very much, the General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association, Dr. Mobolaji Ojibara. Please, a better applause for him. Well, yes, whatever has a beginning definitely has an ending. And for me, it is heartwarming to have had the opportunity of anchoring this auspicious seminar. And it's been Choma Onyenucheya Uku with my co-compare Ogechukwu Mori Okafor. And as we now formally come to a close of this event, in the confidence that this seminar has forged a league of ambassadors of the Nigerian Bar Association and of the legal profession who will act in every conduct as ministers in the temple of justice, wherever they may find themselves, rewriting the history of the legal profession for good and indeed improving the lot of our society. I now invite for the vote of thanks the Secretary of the committee, Mr. Ejiofor Onwaso.
Thank you, our elegant compare. Before I proceed with the vote of thanks, I think it will be a great disservice to the new wigs and the young lawyers who have painstakingly stayed here all through under rain from 8:30 a.m. up to this hour. I think it's 5 p.m. by my time check. So it will be a great disservice that all you've done is to listen and listen without one single feedback on how you feel from the retinue of speakers after speakers that we've assembled. So I crave your indulgence once more. I want to use the next 2 minutes to, please, if you're amongst the latest call sets 2025, if you're here, still in this hall, could you please raise your hands for identification? Thank you. I want to give opportunity to one lady, one male. We need feedback from you because you were the ultimate consideration for us in putting up this showpiece. So if you want to volunteer or you want me to appoint you, I need a volunteer, one male, one female. I want your feedback on your impression from all that has been said today. Okay, I can see one. Give him a round of applause. Please proceed. Okay, a female this time around, just 1 minute to hear from you how impactful it may have been and how it has helped in shaping your new focus on how to proceed. So you tell us your name and what your impression is. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. My lords, the Leonard Silks, senior colleagues, the organizers of this event, colleagues, my name is Ukoma Chukwemekeze Maxwell, and of course I'm a new wig, just called a few weeks ago. To my feedback, I think that this is a very thought out program and event, especially at a time as this where a lot of new wigs are, I would say, hanging in the loop. Many of us still have difficulty conforming to practice. Many also have difficulty in terms of getting jobs and also finding themselves in one firm or the other, especially for some who are undergoing the National Youth Service, who are looking for firms as their PPA. So I think that this is a good one. And the quality of speakers that were brought here, personalities from the bench, the bar, both the senior advocates and those who are not senior advocates, I think that they've spoken very well. I'll, however, make a recommendation, sir, that mentorship programs like this should host as often as possible, on one hand, and secondly, that I think I feel this in a survey form, that young lawyers should be allocated to certain seniors, either for a period of 2 months or 3 months for direct mentorship, not just, let it be a direct relationship between the young lawyer and a senior lawyer. I think that will help people a lot. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Have a nice day.
Thank you so very much for that wonderful feedback. Your points are noted. A lady this time around, please. Don't be shy, a lady, okay? Thank you. Let's applaud her as she steps out.
All protocols duly observed. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Emeje Uyo Emanuela, a new wig. I first of all want to appreciate the MBA, the YLF, everybody that has thought it wise to bring us here today. We've listened, we've learned, we've gained value. We've heard a lot about mentorship, about being humble, about destiny, about preparation. Is a whole lot. And I want to speak on behalf of myself and my colleagues, for those who have left and those of us that are still here. We'll do our very best to try and work in line with what we've heard today and grow in the profession, as well as to add personal value to ourselves and to the society at large. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now to my main task. If it were to be in the National Assembly, in consideration of the length of time we've spent, I would have been asked to just take a bow and go. But for the fact that we are not at the National Assembly, permit me to accord honor and appreciation to those whom it is due. Firstly, we want to thank the Almighty God who has enabled us to have attended this function from inception up to this period that we are calling it a wrap. We thank him for his gracefulness. I want to specifically appreciate our keynote speaker and chairman of the event, the ageless Kano Agabi, Commander of the Order of the Niger, learned senior advocate of Nigeria, who has practiced law for 53 years. Yesterday, when we approached him, it was only yesterday that we told him he was going to be the keynote speaker. Femi Falana SN was originally scheduled to be the keynote speaker, but because of circumstances beyond his control, he couldn't make it as planned originally. So we approached Kano Agabi, who was meant to just be the chairman of the event. And due to his undying love in always impacting sacrificially and selflessly, giving to the cause of young lawyers, he gladly accepted. In fact, he personally called Femi Falana SN to say, you need not bother yourself. So let's appreciate him and applaud him once more. We equally extend our heartfelt appreciation to all the star-studded cast of resource personalities from the bench, from the public sector, from the private sector, from various agencies of government who sent quality representatives to enrich the various discourse as outlined under different thematic headings for this program. We do not take it for granted. Even at short notice, most of them turned up in their numbers. Our gratitude to them knows no bounds. To the exceptional compere and her team, for those of you who may not know, the master of ceremony, the chief master of ceremony of today's event, is a no less personality than the chairperson of FIDA Abuja branch. And there was no prior arrangement that she was going to perform this task. It was only last night at about few minutes to 11 p.m. that I called on her, and she left her busy schedule, left her exalted office, and you would agree with me, she has been exceptional. She has been elegant. She has been amazing. And I equally extend the same level of gratitude to her protege, Oge Okafor. Thank you for your sacrifice. Thank you for availing yourself as a mentor, because I'm a Christian and I'm a Catholic. There's a society in the Catholic Church that they call Missionary Societies of St. Paul. They will tell you some people go to the mission by giving, others give to the mission by going. So you may not have been the keynote speaker, but your time and sacrifice has done more than enough, that you've given more than enough to the younger weeks. Thank you once more for your wonderful service. To the chairman of my committee, Olukayoda Ajulo, ACN, the Honorable Attorney General of Ondo State, and every other members or member of our noble committee. This is our pilot showcase since the inauguration of all the committees appointed by the MBA president. We felt and thought it wise to do a pilot in Abuja, and our gratitude goes to the MBA president, the proactive president of Nigerian Bar Association, Mazi Josiah Afamosi Igwe, who thought it wise and deemed us worthy to champion this mentorship initiative. From the feedback, the first young week, the remarks, be rest assured that you are yet to see anything from this committee. We have a loaded program. We want to have regional engagement. So beyond Abuja, we shall engage all over Nigeria. We care about you, and it is our wish that you don't make the mistakes. Those deprivations some of us suffered in the course of coming up as young lawyers, that you don't suffer such deprivation or lack of guidance. So we'll do all within our capacity to deliver on our mandates and make sure that you come out well equipped, well prepared, and to win. Now, to all that has been said, I need not say more. Like I've mentioned, our time is fast spent. But for me, the summary is simple. From the various sub-themes of the main theme of our events, we talked about finding your path, choosing a preferred career path. We talked about what you wish you knew coming out from law school. We talked about professional ethics. And when the panelists for the professional ethics session were addressing us or making their contributions, I just summed it up. In being called, we are told to be fit and proper, that you've been adjudged fit and proper, both in character and in learning. So what we've done today is to teach you what it means to be fit and proper in character, because in learning, the Council of Legal Education had adjudged you fit and proper. But in character, you needed these tips to see beyond the desire to succeed. But in aspiring to succeed, that you should equally note there are ground rules. There are code of conduct that guides the practice of law and how a lawyer comports and conducts himself. So the summary for me, or my charge to you living here, is boldly, from all you've heard, identify and choose your career path. You might want to major in litigation. You might want to do corporate practice, provided you know the full extent of corporate practice, which is not limited to, let me do CAC registration. Whatever your hand finds to do it exceptionally and exceedingly well. If you want to go into the academia, choose that path. They are all part of practice. But like has been noted, and like I keep telling the younger ones, the major parameter for determining who is a lawyer in Nigeria is advocacy. Oftentimes over-bloated and unfounded. So the first 2 years, it's always advised before you veer off, do advocacy. Go neck deep into advocacy so that perchance, if your family that has trained you for 5 years, an issue arises, a litigation, they can say, my daughter is a lawyer, my son is a lawyer. At the minimal, you should be able to live up to that expectation. Okay, it's a family matter, I have experience in litigation. Before you can escalate if it becomes complex. So that is why you need to do that. And the benefit of hindsight allows you also to have an expansive appreciation of the various branches of practice. So after 2 years, you're in a better position to now say, okay, I'm settling for this. So choose your career path, and in choosing that, always set goals. You can do the first 100 days of your practice. What do I intend to achieve? You lay the foundation, you set the parameters, you track your development to see if where you are aligns with those set goals. Then the most important fundamental take home or take away from all that has been said, from the keynote speaker to every other subsequent speaker, is integrity. You don't eat every bread. You don't compromise standards. This profession is founded and built on integrity. Please, in all you do, always know whose son or daughter you are. Don't settle for everything for the sake of settling. Define and set your standards and stand for what is right. The good book has said that. I'm sure the Quran equally says that. Let integrity be our watchword in all you do. And as we do that, I have no doubt in my mind that from all that has been said today, you are on your way to excellence and sustainable development. Thank you all for your attention. Thank you for coming. You're done.
The man who has handled the business of thanking us all, obviously, I'm sure you all agree with me, deserves a thanks from us too. Thank you so much, Mr. Ejiofor Onwaso. He is a man known for diligence and excellence, and he has also brought that to bear in his role in the mentorship committee of the MBA and the planning of this auspicious seminar. And to the rest of the members of the committee and those that are in the planning committee, our profound thanks to you all. And on that note, I invite us to rise as we take the MBA prayer in conclusion and the third stanza of the national anthem. The MBA prayer. Almighty God, our Creator, we pray you to be with us in all our deliberations and to direct our endeavors, so that we shall continue in all humility to glorify thy name and do that which is right and just for our profession, its members, our fellow men and women, and our country. Amen. Now the third stanza of the national anthem. O God of all creation, grant these our one request. Help us to build a nation where no one is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. And that is both an anthem and a prayer. God bless you all. Good evening.